What if the whispers of ancient deities still echo in the very fabric of modern life? As the sun sets, casting long shadows over busy streets, a chilling realization creeps in. The spirits of Rome's pantheon are not mere relics of the past. They walk among us, shaping our thoughts, desires, and destinies. The flicker of a candle illuminates the faces of those who unknowingly pay homage to Jupiter each time they seek justice, or to Venus whenever love sends its electric currents through their veins. An unseen hand stirs the pot of fate, and the question looms: who, or what, truly guides our choices? As twilight envelopes the city, moments of doubt and revelation intertwine. Consider a lover's quarrel over a dinner table set for two. Is it merely the result of conflicting opinions, or are the threads of fate woven tighter by the influence of Mars, god of war? The tension rises, emotions flare, and the air hangs thick with anticipation. Each heartbeat resonates like the clash of swords, a reminder of the conflicts forged under the watchful eyes of deities once feared and revered. Outside, in bustling cafes and quiet parks, people tap into the essence of Mercury, the messenger of the gods, unknowingly channeling his swiftness as they rush to meet deadlines or chase dreams. But what price do they pay for this fleeting connection? When ambition blinds the soul, does it summon the wrath of Pluto, the keeper of hidden treasures and dark secrets? The stakes rise as the choices made in a fleeting moment ripple through time like a stone cast into still waters, conjuring echoes of ancient rituals. In corporate boardrooms, a decision can pivot the course of history, yet the shadows of Minerva loom large over the proceedings. Wisdom is sought, but at what cost? Anxiety prickles, the weight of expectations suffocating. Every soul present seems to know, in the marrow of their being, that the divine is not far away. It lingers, watching, waiting, and perhaps even influencing their fate. On far-off shores and in bustling metropolises, the everyday intertwines with the divine. Festivals celebrating ancient gods still ignite passion and fervor, as modern crowds chant and dance under star-studded skies. They celebrate not only the warmth of community but the very forces that once governed the cosmos. Yet, what lies beneath this joyful surface? Are they merely honoring traditions, or are they unwittingly rekindling a link to powers that demand recognition? As the night deepens and the last remnants of daylight fade, questions multiply and claw at the mind. Who are we in this grand tapestry woven with threads of myth and history? Are we the architects of our fate, or mere marionettes in a play written by the ancient gods? Those who seek answers are drawn into a labyrinth of intrigue, where every choice echoes with the weight of legacy, and the veil between the past and present grows ever thinner. The Roman gods, once distant echoes, now loom large, waiting for the unwary to dance once more to their timeless tune. The storm raged above the ancient city of Rome, dark clouds swirling like the thoughts of its citizens. Thunder echoed like the heartbeat of the earth, and flashes of lightning illuminated the marble temples dedicated to the gods. Among them stood the majestic temple of Jupiter, its columns soaring into the sky as a testament to power and authority. The air crackled with a sense of something greater than mere mortals, a force that demanded respect and inspired awe. Jupiter, the king of the gods, sat atop Mount Olympus, overseeing the mortal realm with a gaze that could pierce through the fabric of time and space. His presence was felt in every heartbeat of the Roman Empire, from the bustling forums filled with traders to the quiet corners of homes where families whispered prayers for favor. He was not just a deity. He was a symbol of leadership, embodying strength, justice, and unwavering resolve. Leaders in Rome, both elected and self-proclaimed, looked to him as a model for their own rule, striving to capture even a fraction of his immense power. To the ancients, Jupiter was more than a god. He was a guardian, a warrior, and a bringer of storms. He wielded a thunderbolt that could strike fear into the hearts of his enemies and protect his people from harm. In the tumult of their lives, the Romans found solace in his might, believing that as long as he reigned above, they too could be strong. But their faith was a double-edged sword, for with great power came great responsibility. The weight of leadership pressed down on those who sought to emulate him, threatening to crush them under the expectations of the populace. In the shadows of the great temple, senators and generals huddled together, their faces etched with concern. They spoke in hushed tones, weighing their decisions against the backdrop of Jupiter's divine authority. Should they go to war? Would Jupiter favor them? The air was thick with tension, every word spoken under the watchful eyes of the colossal statue that loomed above them. It was as if the god himself listened, demanding not only loyalty but courage. The fear of failure hung heavy in the air, binding them together in a shared uncertainty. As they debated, a figure emerged from the crowd. A young leader, ambitious and driven, stood tall despite the weight of expectations. He had studied the stories of Jupiter, memorizing the tales of his triumphs and failures. In his heart, a spark ignited, a desire to lead not just with power, but with compassion. He spoke, his voice steady, breaking the tension like the first rays of dawn piercing through the darkness. We must remember that the essence of Jupiter is not only power but also justice. He ruled with fairness, sheltered the weak, and commanded respect not through tyranny but through wisdom. His words resonated like a well-struck bell, reverberating through the hearts of those assembled. They felt the stirrings of hope as if Jupiter himself had descended from Olympus to inspire them. The young leader's courage ignited something within them, a flicker of resolve that pushed aside their fears. They saw in him the potential to lead like Jupiter, balancing strength with fairness, authority with compassion. The energy in the room shifted, and for a moment, it felt like the power of the god himself flowed through them. Yet, as the discussion grew more fervent, shadows of doubt crept in. What if they faltered? What if they were not worthy? They glanced at each other, eyes filled with uncertainty. Every leader before them had faced the trials of power, and many had crumbled beneath its weight. The ghosts of those who had fallen, tyrants and benevolent rulers alike, whispered in their ears, reminding them of the thin line between glory and ruin. In the midst of their internal conflict, a loud crash echoed from outside the temple. The heavens roared as rain poured down, drowning the streets in chaos. The young leader stepped forward, drenched but undeterred, raising his hand as if to command the storm itself. "This," he declared, "is the test of our resolve. Like Jupiter, we must withstand the fury of nature and the trials of leadership. Let us not shy away from the storms. Let us face them head-on." His words, fierce as the lightning above, sparked an awakening. The senators and generals rallied around him, a new sense of purpose igniting within them. They stepped out from under the temple's protective eaves, facing the storm with defiance. The rain pelted their faces, but they stood united, feeling the electric connection of shared ambition. It was a moment that transcended the fear of failure. This was the essence of leadership, a fierce commitment to weather any storm together. The spirit of Jupiter surged around them, breathing life into their resolve. Clarity shone through the chaos, and they began to understand that the greatest leaders do not seek power for power's sake. They seek to uplift and protect those they lead. The young leader could feel the weight of Jupiter's thunderbolt in his hands, not as a weapon of destruction, but as a tool for justice and change. As they gathered their thoughts, another figure drew near, an elder statesman with years etched deep into his face. His eyes twinkled with wisdom as he spoke, his voice steady and calm amid the turmoil. To lead like Jupiter is to know that with every decision, you shape the destiny of your people. Be steadfast in your morals, but also be adaptable. For even Jupiter contended with the unpredictable forces of nature. Leadership is not a rigid frame. It is a living, breathing entity. The young leader absorbed every word, feeling the gravity of the moment swell within him like the gathering clouds above. His heart raced, not with fear but with anticipation. Together, they could redefine what it meant to lead, drawing from the strengths of the past while forging a new path. As the storm raged on, it became a backdrop for their transformation, a reminder that true leadership is forged in adversity. The rain fell harder, mingling with their determination, washing away doubts and fears. Each droplet seemed to carry the weight of Jupiter's legacy, reminding them that greatness lies not in the absence of struggle, but in the courage to rise above it. The storm was their crucible, and they felt the pulse of history urging them forward. With every heartbeat, they were not just leaders. They were warriors of hope, ready to embrace the challenge. And just beyond the chaos, in the heart of the storm, a new dawn awaited. The essence of Jupiter lingered in the air, a reminder that every leader carries within them the potential to change the course of history. As thunder rolled and lightning flashed, the mantle of leadership hung heavy yet exhilarating. A call to rise, to inspire, and to lead with the heart of a god. In the dim glow of a flickering torch, a woman stands at the threshold of her new life, heart racing, palms sweaty. The air is thick with anticipation, a moment suspended in time, where dreams of love and devotion hang delicately in the balance. This was not merely a union of two souls. It was a sacred bond woven under the watchful gaze of Juno, the ancient goddess revered as the protector of women and marriage. Every fiber of her being whispers the promise of fidelity and strength, yet uncertainty gnaws at her courage. Would this vow endure the test of time, or would the fates conspire to tear them apart? Juno, in her majestic splendor, embodies the essence of womanhood, holding the power to bless and to curse. She stands as a guardian, a steadfast ally in a world often rife with turmoil. Her presence emanates from the very fabric of Roman society, where every marriage was thought to be under her divine protection. With each whispered prayer and hopeful glance, brides sought her favor, while husbands understood the weight of loyalty they owed to their wives under her vigilant eye. Juno's influence was more than symbolic. It was felt in the deepest recesses of the heart, where love flourished or faltered. In times of old, women would adorn themselves in flowing white robes, their hair entwined with fragrant flowers, as they made offerings at Juno's temples, sacred places of worship where the air was thick with the scent of incense and the murmur of devotion. These rituals marked a significant turning point. They were not just ceremonies, but lifelines connecting the mortal realm with the divine. The goddess listened with rapt attention, her eyes reflecting an understanding of the joys and sorrows that accompanied the bonds of matrimony. But Juno's role transcended the joyous celebrations of weddings. She was a fierce protector, a warrior for the rights of women at a time when their voices were often silenced. Tales abound of her wrath against those who dared to undermine the sanctity of marriage, wielding her power like a sword, sharp and relentless. A woman wronged was a woman who called upon Juno's name, and her fury could ignite the heavens. Legends tell of husbands who strayed, only to be met with divine retribution, their infidelities laid bare for all to witness. Juno's justice was swift and unforgiving, a reminder that loyalty was sacred and betrayal would never go unpunished. Yet, even in her fierce guardianship, Juno was also a mother figure, nurturing and guiding women through the trials they faced. She was there in moments of despair, her presence wrapping around them like a warm embrace. When doubt crept in, and love seemed fragile, her whisper would echo in the hearts of women everywhere. You are strong. You are worthy. From the gentle encouragement of a bridesmaid to the fervent prayers of a mother, the spirit of Juno inspired resilience. In her honor, women found a sisterhood, a bond unbroken by the trials of life, reinforcing the sacredness of their shared experiences. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, a bride stood before her loved ones, the weight of tradition resting heavily upon her shoulders. The ceremony unfolded like a beautiful tapestry, woven with threads of history and emotion. Juno's name was invoked, her blessings sought as she bore witness to this pivotal moment. The air crackled with anticipation, and the bride's heart soared and plummeted in unison. Would her future be one of joy or heartache? Would she find solace in the arms of a loving partner, or would the shadows of uncertainty loom large? In the midst of the vows exchanged, an unexpected tremor of doubt rippled through the gathering. Whispers of discontent swirled like leaves caught in a tempest. A rival, emboldened by jealousy, sought to disrupt the sacred union. Eyes widened as tension clung to the air, thick and suffocating. But just when it seemed all would fall to chaos, the heavens opened, and a brilliant light shone down, illuminating the couple as if Juno herself had descended to intervene. In that moment, the chaos dissolved, replaced by a profound silence that echoed the power of love and commitment. As the couple sealed their vows with a kiss, a sense of triumph enveloped the gathering. Juno had smiled upon them, her spirit intertwining with theirs, a blessing woven into the very fibers of their union. A wave of emotion surged through the crowd, tears mingling with laughter as hearts beat in unison. Yet, in the shadows, a storm brewed. The rival seethed, her heart hardened by resentment. She had not reckoned with the strength of a bond forged in the fires of Juno's protection. The story of love was unfolding, but the path ahead was fraught with challenges, each shadow whispering the potential for betrayal. Through the ages, Juno's influence endured, her lessons echoing in the chambers of the heart. In the quiet moments of reflection that followed the wedding, women everywhere felt her presence. They recalled the tales of resilient heroines who stood tall against adversity, who fought for their love and advocated for their rights. Each story became a thread, binding women through generations, a tapestry that told of strength, loyalty, and the unbreakable bonds of sisterhood. Yet, as the years passed, the shadows that loomed over marriages became more complex. The world outside shifted, and with it, the very fabric of relationships. Challenges unfurled like dark clouds, obscuring the light of Juno's blessings. Infidelity, betrayal, and heartache crept into the lives of couples who had once felt invincible. The goddess watched, her heart aching for those caught in the turmoil, her spirit restless in the face of turmoil. Would love endure, or would the bonds fray under the weight of temptation and strife? In the quiet of a night bathed in stars, a woman sat alone, her heart heavy with doubt. She recalled the stories of Juno, the protector, and felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. With each prayer uttered, each moment of vulnerability laid bare, she sought the strength that had been passed down through the generations. This connection, this unyielding thread to Juno, whispered promises of resilience, reminding her that love, while fragile, could also be fierce and unwavering. And so, she held on, with faith in her heart, knowing that the goddess would guide her through the storm. The path ahead remained uncertain, but the spirit of Juno would forever be a beacon of light, a promise that love could be reborn, even from the ashes of heartache. The moon hung low and full over the restless waves, its silver light casting shimmering paths on the dark waters below. A storm brewed in the distance, its thunder rumbling like a warning from the deep. This is where Neptune dwelled, where the ancient god of the sea ruled with a trident that could summon tempests and calm the wildest tides. He was a powerful presence, cloaked in the mysteries of the ocean and the whispers of sailors long gone. For centuries, Neptune has been a figure of both might and allure, embodying the essence of the sea. Its beauty, its fury, and its depth. He was a symbol of the unknown, an enigma that has captured the imagination of countless generations. As the waves lap against the shores, they carry tales of Neptune's influence into the hearts of modern culture, where his legacy continues to inspire awe and reverence. In the bustling streets of cities that thrive on commerce and trade, Neptune's spirit remains palpable. Statues and fountains adorned with his likeness stand proudly in public squares, where children splash and play, their laughter mingling with the sound of flowing water. One such fountain, a magnificent structure in the heart of Rome, showcases Neptune in all his glory, surrounded by seahorses and tritons. This iconic image has become a symbol of the city itself, a reminder of the sea's power and the stories woven into its depths. The allure of Neptune also seeps into the arts, where waves of inspiration have flowed into literature and music. Poets pen verses that sing of his power, creating vivid imagery of sailors caught in storms, desperate prayers cast into the wind. The great playwrights of history, like Shakespeare, have immortalized Neptune in their works, weaving him into the fabric of human emotion. In the haunting lines of The Tempest, the sea becomes a character of its own, a force that reflects our innermost struggles and desires. In modern cinema, Neptune's presence is felt in films that explore the ocean's wonders and dangers. From epic battles against sea monsters to romantic tales set against the backdrop of tranquil shores, the god of the sea continues to inspire filmmakers and audiences alike. The underwater realms depicted in these stories remind us of the beauty and terror that Neptune embodies, drawing us to his world where every wave holds the promise of adventure and the fear of the unknown. But it is not just in art and literature that Neptune's influence is felt. In the world of fashion, designers have drawn from the ocean's palette, crafting collections that mirror the shimmering hues of the sea. The flowing fabrics and fluid silhouettes evoke the graceful motion of water, paying homage to the god who rules over it. Every garment tells a story, echoing the whispers of Neptune's domain, where the ebb and flow of the tides shape our lives. As the world grapples with climate change and the rising tides, Neptune's legacy takes on a new significance. He becomes a symbol of both the beauty and fragility of our planet. The oceans, once seen as endless and invincible, now demand our attention and respect. Artists and activists alike turn to Neptune, invoking his name in calls for preservation and awareness. His image becomes a rallying point, a reminder that we are all connected to the vast waters that cover our world. In the realm of mythology, Neptune's dual nature, the nurturing father of the sea and the wrathful god of storms, mirrors the human experience. People today find themselves navigating their own storms, searching for solace and guidance amid the chaos. The stories of Neptune resonate deeply, calling forth emotions that are both timeless and universal. The ancient god embodies our fears and hopes, reminding us that we are all part of something greater. Music, too, has been forever altered by Neptune's influence. Composers have crafted symphonies that evoke the power of the ocean, with crashing crescendos that mimic the waves and soft melodies that can soothe the soul. Each note carries the weight of Neptune's legacy, wrapping listeners in an embrace that speaks to the heart. Concerts by the sea are filled with enchantment, where the music dances with the rhythm of the tide, creating an atmosphere charged with emotion and anticipation. In every corner of modern culture, Neptune's spirit flows like the currents of the ocean. His stories are reimagined in books, animated tales, and even video games, where adventurers seek his favor and unlock the mysteries of the sea. The thrill of exploration and the thrill of danger come alive in these narratives, connecting a new generation to the timeless tales of the god who commands the waters. Underneath the waves, as the sun sets and casts a golden hue across the sea, Neptune's presence lingers. He watches over the sailors who set forth into the unknown, the children who play at the water's edge, and the lovers who find solace in the sound of the surf. His influence is an unbroken thread, woven into the very fabric of our lives, reminding us that the sea is not just a place but a powerful force that shapes our experiences. As the night draws near, the soft crash of waves against the shore becomes a lullaby, a reminder of Neptune's eternal watch. His stories will continue to be told, echoing through time, as humanity seeks to understand its connection to the vast world of water. There, beyond the horizon, new adventures await, beckoning with the promise of mystery and the call of the deep. In the dim light of a flickering flame, shadows danced on the walls of an ancient temple, whispering secrets of the past. Just beyond the stone threshold, the air felt heavy, thick with anticipation and the weight of countless souls who had come seeking favor from Pluto, the god of the underworld. The scent of damp earth mingled with incense, drawing the curious closer to the altar where offerings lay scattered, gold coins, precious gems, and even the occasional token of love. But who was this enigmatic figure, this lord of the shadows, who held dominion over both the dead and the wealth of the living? Pluto, known in earlier times as Hades, was no mere spirit of darkness. He was a complex embodiment of duality. With a crown of blackened leaves and a scepter of obsidian, he ruled over a world that was both feared and revered. The ancient Greeks spoke of him in hushed tones, for to mention his name was to invite the chill of death into one's thoughts. Yet, those who knew his deeper nature understood that he was also a custodian of wealth. Mines shimmered with gold and silver, and fertile land yielded bountiful harvests, all gifts bestowed by Pluto's unseen hand. As the flickering light caught the edges of a golden coin offered at the altar, it sparkled like the stars that shone above the earth, drawing the eyes of those who sought fortune in their lives. The The sacrifices made in his honor were not simply for the souls of the departed. They were a plea for prosperity, a way for the living to curry favor with the god who held the keys to both realms. A farmer, trembling with the weight of his crops failing year after year, would clutch a small pouch of coins, desperately seeking Pluto's gaze, praying that he might find favor and reclaim the wealth that lay buried beneath the soil. But Pluto's domain was as intricate as the labyrinth built by Daedalus. It was a place where light battled darkness, where the spirits of those who had departed mingled with the living. He was not a malevolent figure, but rather a stern guardian of balance. In mythology, he was often depicted with his three-headed dog, Cerberus, who vigilantly watched over the gates of the underworld. This fearsome creature, with its growl echoing through the caverns of the dead, represented both the protection and the fear that came with crossing into Pluto's realm. To approach him was to confront not just the finality of death, but the very nature of existence itself. Yet beneath his stoic exterior lay a god who understood the human heart. It was said that Pluto could feel the weight of greed and desire. Those who approached the underworld with pure intentions found not just judgment but also compassion. Tales tell of merchants who, having amassed great wealth, would find themselves in Pluto's presence, trembling, not from fear, but from remorse. They were offered a chance to reconsider their choices and use their riches for good, to uplift instead of diminish. It was here that Pluto's true influence emerged. He was a god of second chances, a reminder that wealth could both corrupt and redeem. As the flickering flames continued to sway, they illuminated the stories of those who came before. For each coin that clinked against the stone altar, there was a life entwined in the fabric of destiny. A young woman, heartbroken after losing her beloved, poured her last savings into the offering bowl, hoping that perhaps, in some way, Pluto could reunite them. A soldier, weary from battle, cast his metals into the depths of the offering, praying that his sacrifice would not be in vain and that he could find peace in the embrace of the underworld. Yet, even as they offered their tributes, an unsettling question lingered in the air. What was the true nature of wealth, and what sacrifices were worth making in its pursuit? The ancient Romans, under the influence of their Greek predecessors, began to intertwine Pluto with the very essence of material wealth. They understood that wealth was not merely a physical accumulation of gold, but also a metaphor for abundance in all forms: health, love, and community. In their temples, Pluto was revered not just as the harbinger of death, but as a symbol of the cycles of life. The riches he guarded were reflections of a greater truth, that everything we possess is temporary, and what truly matters is how we use it. In the vast halls of the underworld, tales of heroes and villains echoed endlessly. Those who sought wealth above all else often found themselves ensnared in Pluto's grasp, twisted by their desires, while others, who gave freely, were rewarded with blessings beyond their imagination. It was a continuous dance of light and shadow, where the very act of giving formed an unbreakable bond between the living and the dead, between earthly treasures and eternal truths. And so, as the candle sputtered and the shadows loomed larger, the air grew electric with an unspoken promise. The stories of Pluto echoed through time, intertwining with the hearts of those who dared to challenge him. Even now, in the modern world, the influence of this ancient god lingered. The sacrifices made for wealth, love, and redemption were still relevant, resonating with the pulse of humanity. The altar remained a place of connection, a sacred space where whispers of hope and desperation danced together, igniting the flames of possibility. In the end, as dusk fell and the temple grew quiet, there was no finality to the tale of Pluto. His presence lingered, a reminder that every life touched by wealth and desire was also touched by fate. And as the cycle continued endlessly, the flickering light cast shadows that intertwined with the stories yet to come, waiting for those brave enough to approach the altar once more, bearing their own offerings, unearthing their own desires, and wrestling with the whispers of wealth that echoed through the ages. In the midst of a thunderous storm, a figure stands defiantly against the wind. Cloaked in armor, with a spear clutched tightly in one hand and a shield reflecting the fiery light of a nearby clash, the scent of sweat and blood mingles with the air. This figure embodies the essence of Mars, the ancient Roman god of war, who has inspired humanity throughout the ages. The flicker of torches illuminates a battlefield, where valor meets chaos, and the echo of clanging swords sings a haunting lullaby of courage and sacrifice. The presence of Mars looms large, a symbol of conflict and the relentless spirit of military might that has shaped both history and modernity. The Romans revered Mars not just as a deity, but as a potent symbol of their relentless expansion and conquest. With every flag that fluttered in the breeze after a hard-fought battle, the spirit of Mars surged through the legions, igniting their ambition and desire for glory. As they marched into foreign lands, fortified by his blessing, they carried with them the promise of power and dominance. The blood-soaked soil of Gaul whispered tales of bravery, where Caesar, imbued with the strength of Mars, carved out an empire. The Romans believed that victory in battle was not just a matter of strategy or might. It was a divine endorsement, a celestial validation of their cause. As the years turned into centuries, the legacy of Mars transformed. With each conquest, the lines between heroism and horror blurred, weaving a narrative that echoed through the ages. Knights in shining armor, their hearts thrumming like war drums, became the new warriors of faith, fighting for honor while invoking the name of Mars. The Crusades raged, fueled by a fervent belief that the god himself was on their side. Every charge into battle echoed with primal cries, the air thick with the tension of faith and fury. In those moments, Mars was more than a myth. He was a driving force, a churning tide of bloodlust and zeal that swept through the hearts of men. History marched on, relentless and unyielding, as the world entered an era marked by empires and revolutions. The Age of Enlightenment brought with it not only reason but also a thirst for conquest. The very essence of Mars morphed yet again, finding itself in the grand armies of Napoleon. His campaigns were not merely military. They were a manifestation of Mars's insatiable hunger for glory. The fervor of his troops, their footsteps a thunderous roar on the cobbled streets of Europe, ignited a fire within nations. The cries of Vive l'Empereur resonated as a testament to the ancient connection to the god of war, blending ambition and destiny into a single, unstoppable force. But with the dawn of the 20th century, the manifestation of Mars took on a chilling new face. The world witnessed the horrors of industrialized warfare, where the god's spirit was entwined with machines of metal and steam. The trenches of World War I became a gruesome stage for a play written in blood and despair. Soldiers, once valiant and proud, were reduced to mere pawns in a game of global strategy, their dreams of heroism shattered by the grim reality of gas and gunfire. Mars, cloaked in shadows, whispered promises of glory while the earth soaked in sorrow. The division between nobility and brutality vanished, leaving behind an unsettling truth. War had become a machine, devouring souls without mercy. As the dust settled after the Great War, a new wave of militarism emerged, fueled by the scars of the past. Nations, still haunted by the specter of Mars, rebuilt their armies, crafting doctrines that intertwined military might with national identity. The ideologies that took root in this fertile soil bred tension and conflict. Propaganda painted the god as a noble protector, while the reality of war remained a terrifying shadow on the horizon. As the world geared up for another clash, Mars's influence was felt in every corner, from the battlefields of Europe to the vast deserts of Africa. The Second World War waged with brutality and fervor, casting a long shadow over humanity. In those dark days, Mars danced once more, a grim specter driving men and women alike to fight for their beliefs. The bombings, the chaos, the cries of the fallen, the echoes of Mars were deafening. It was a war that redefined the very essence of humanity's struggle, where survival became paramount and the lines of morality blurred in the face of annihilation. It was a conflict that would leave scars deeper than the trenches dug into the earth, a reminder that Mars was not just a figure of glory, but also a harbinger of despair. In the wake of war, the specter of Mars reshaped itself yet again. The Cold War emerged, a chilling standoff between superpowers, where the notion of militarism evolved into a new form. The god of war found a home in the labyrinth of strategy and espionage, where the battlefield shifted from open fields to shadows. Nations armed themselves with nuclear weapons, poised for a conflict that could end everything. The fear of a devastating war gripped hearts worldwide, as the presence of Mars hung heavily in the air. Diplomacy became a high-stakes game, a delicate dance of power, where the slightest misstep could unleash the god's wrath. As the dawn of the 21st century broke, Mars continued to cast a long shadow over modern militarism. The wars of today are not just fought with weapons but also with ideologies, a relentless battle for beliefs and identities. Global conflicts ripple with the echoes of ancient battles, where the spirit of Mars thrives in a new generation of soldiers, drones buzzing overhead like angry hornets. The cries of the fallen still haunt, while the pursuit of power remains an ever-present force. Through the tumult of history, the essence of Mars has remained steadfast, a testament to humanity's complex relationship with war. The god of war is not merely a relic of the past. He lives and breathes in the hearts of those who take up arms, a reminder of the fine line between valor and violence. As nations rise and fall, and as humanity continues its relentless march forward, the figure of Mars lurks, a constant companion in the chronicles of existence. The drumbeat of war resonates, echoing through time, as if to remind all who dare to listen that the spirit of Mars is ever present, waiting for the call to arms. In the glow of twilight, a soft breeze carries whispers of love and longing, dancing through the bustling streets of a modern city. People stroll hand in hand, their laughter mingling with the distant sounds of a street performer playing a romantic melody. With every note that floats through the air, hearts flutter, and the spirit of Venus, the timeless goddess of love and beauty, seems to awaken among them. Once revered on marble altars in ancient temples, Venus now finds her legacy woven into the fabric of contemporary society. She is not just a relic of history. She is a living, breathing force that shapes our desires, our connections, and even our insecurities. The echoes of her influence resonate in the hearts of lovers and the dreams of artists, reminding us of a truth that transcends time. Beauty captivates, and love binds us all. In a world dominated by social media's polished images, Venus appears in the perfect selfies that flood our feeds. Filters smooth out imperfections, and carefully curated backgrounds craft narratives of idyllic romance. Beneath this glossy surface lies a complex reality where people compare their lives to the idealized versions portrayed on screens. Venus teaches us that beauty is not merely skin deep. It is the essence of who we are, our kindness, our laughter, our raw, imperfect selves. Yet, in the relentless pursuit of this unattainable perfection, many find themselves lost, grappling with insecurities that overshadow their inherent worth. In the quiet corners of an artist's studio, paint spills over the edges of canvases, mirroring the chaos and beauty of life itself. An artist, inspired by the spirit of Venus, pours emotions into every stroke, each color a reflection of love and longing. The paintings come to life, embodying the goddess's grace, inviting viewers to step closer, to feel the pulse of passion and heartbreak that beats within. History tells of poets and painters who immortalized Venus, capturing her beauty in works that still resonate today. In contemporary society, artists continue to channel her essence, reminding us that love, in all its forms, is the muse that fuels creativity. On university campuses, students gather in circles, hearts laid bare as they share their stories of love found and lost, of passion and pain. The discussions echo the ancient gatherings where people sought wisdom from the goddess. In these conversations, tears are shed, laughter erupts, and bonds are formed, proving that the essence of Venus lives on in the connections we create. Amid the struggles of modern relationships, the age-old questions of love resurface. What does it mean to be truly beautiful? How do we find love that lasts? In the realm of fashion, Venus plays a pivotal role, her influence evident in every design, every runway show. Designers draw inspiration from the goddess, crafting garments that celebrate the human form, embracing curves, lines, and textures that tell stories of femininity and strength. As models strut confidently down the runway, they embody Venus's spirit, challenging conventional standards and redefining beauty. Yet, the industry often grapples with its own demons, battling the fine line between empowerment and exploitation. The conversation surrounding body positivity, one that encourages individuals to love their bodies unconditionally, resonates through the corridors of fashion houses, echoing the goddess's timeless message. Beauty comes in all shapes and sizes. At dusk, candlelit dinners set the stage for romance, where the air is thick with the scent of delicious food and the sweet sound of soft laughter. Couples lean in closer, eyes sparkling, as they share intimate stories, their whispers weaving a tapestry of dreams and desires. With every clink of glasses, the spirit of Venus blesses the evening, reminding them that love is not just found in grand gestures, but in the simplicity of shared moments. Yet, love is also fragile. It requires nurturing and understanding. The tales of hearts breaking and mending are as ancient as time itself, echoing through the ages as reminders of the vulnerability that accompanies love. The rise of online dating has transformed the way people connect, thrusting the pursuit of romance into the digital age. Profiles are crafted with care, hearts laid bare behind screens, each swipe a step into the unknown. In this new arena, Venus finds herself both celebrated and scrutinized. The quest for love has never been easier, yet many still find themselves feeling more alone than ever. The paradox of choice looms, leaving hearts heavy with the burden of what-ifs and missed connections. Each message sent is tinged with hope, yet with the ever-present specter of rejection lurking behind screens. As the sun sets, casting a warm golden hue over the horizon, the bars and cafes come alive, filled with laughter and the clinking of glasses. Here, friends gather to celebrate love in all its forms, the love between partners, the love of friendship, and the love of self. Each story shared is a thread in the rich tapestry of human connection, an acknowledgement of Venus's enduring presence. She thrives in the laughter of friends, in the tears shed over heartbreak, and in the quiet moments of self-reflection that lead to acceptance. In the shadows, there are those who struggle with the weight of love's expectations, feeling the sting of unrequited feelings or the emptiness of solitude. The goddess watches over them, a reminder that love is not solely about romance. It encompasses kindness, compassion, and the beauty of human connection in all its forms. Even in the depths of heartache, there lies a flicker of hope, a reminder that every end is but a new beginning. As the night deepens, the stars twinkle like distant promises, each one a reminder of the infinite possibilities of love. In this moment, Venus stands strong, her legacy a beacon of hope for all who seek beauty and connection in a world that often feels chaotic and overwhelming. She invites everyone to embrace their authentic selves, to love fiercely and openly, and to find beauty in the ordinary. With each heartbeat, society continues to navigate the complex tapestry of love and beauty, forever influenced by the goddess who once captured the hearts of mortals. She remains a timeless symbol, a thread woven throughout history, guiding humanity as they search for the love they crave, the beauty they long for, and the connection that makes life truly worthwhile. And as the clock ticks on, the story of Venus unfurls, a promise of endless love and beauty just waiting to be discovered. The sun broke over the horizon, casting golden rays across the ancient Greek landscape, illuminating temples and olive groves with a warmth that felt almost divine. It was in this shimmering light that Apollo, the radiant god of sun, music, and prophecy, made his presence felt. With every note of his lyre, he breathed life into the very soul of mankind, crafting melodies that stirred emotions long buried and ignited passions that seemed eternal. In the quiet moments of dawn, when the world held its breath in anticipation, Apollo stood as a beacon of inspiration, guiding artists and musicians to create masterpieces that would echo through the ages. In the bustling streets of Delphi, the sacred site that housed his oracle, the air thrummed with an energy that was palpable. Pilgrims traveled from distant lands, seeking guidance from the Pythia, the priestess who spoke on Apollo's behalf. It was here, amid the whispers of the ancients and the incense that curled upward like prayers, that Apollo's influence flowed through every heart. Artists gathered, each yearning to capture a fragment of his brilliance, hoping to weave it into their own creations. The vibrant colors of their paintings danced like sunlight on water, while poets composed verses that sang of love, fate, and the beauty of the world. The ghosts of their creativity lingered in the air, as if Apollo himself had breathed life into every brushstroke and word. Apollo's lyre, crafted by the hands of Hermes, resonated with the power of the universe. Its strings vibrated with the energy of creation, effortlessly linking the heavens to the earth. When played, it summoned forth emotions that lay dormant in the hearts of those who listened. The sound was ethereal, weaving through the crowds like a gentle breeze on a summer day. People paused in their tracks, entranced, their hearts racing to the rhythm of the gods' profound influence. Musicians found themselves lost in the beauty of the notes, fingers gliding over instruments as if they were extensions of their very souls. Each performance became a worshipful act, an offering to the god who had gifted them the means to express their innermost feelings. In the amphitheaters that dotted the land, tragic and comedic plays unfolded, drawing audiences into the depths of human experience. Apollo, the master of arts, inspired playwrights to explore the spectrum of emotion, love, loss, joy, and despair. The actors, adorned in flowing robes, channeled the essence of the characters, their voices rising and falling like the waves of the sea. Spectators found themselves laughing and weeping in the same breath, united in their shared experience of the human condition. It was Apollo's light that illuminated the shadows of their lives, reminding them that beauty could emerge even from the darkest corners of existence. In the echoing halls of the ancient lyceums, philosophers and scholars gathered to discuss the nature of existence, guided by Apollo's wisdom. They debated the virtues of art and music, pondering their roles in shaping society and the individual. The discussions were intense, filled with a fervor that seemed to sparkle in the very air around them. Apollo was not just a god of music. He was a philosopher, a guide illuminating the path to understanding oneself and the world. His influence seeped into the minds of those who sought knowledge, compelling them to see the connections between everything, the divine, the mortal, and the artistic. The churning tides of destiny were interwoven with Apollo's essence. From the tragic tale of Orpheus, who dared to venture into the underworld to retrieve his beloved Eurydice, to the brilliant artistry of figures like Pindar and Sappho, Apollo's shadow loomed large. Orpheus strummed his lyre with such passion that even Hades was moved, a testament to the power of music to transcend boundaries. It was a power that stirred something deep within people, the belief that love could conquer all, that harmony could exist even in the face of despair. Apollo's influence was a thread that ran through these narratives, binding them together in a tapestry rich with emotion. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, illuminating the temples of Apollo in all their glory, the celebrations of the Pythian Games burst forth. Athletes gathered to honor the god, their bodies glistening with sweat and determination. Music and poetry filled the air, echoing through the valleys as the crowd cheered with fervor. The music of Apollo became a backdrop for the feats of strength and skill, merging the physical with the artistic, as if every race, every leap, was an act of devotion to the god of light. The energy was electric, a vibrant celebration of life and creativity, where each participant felt the thrill of Apollo's divine presence coursing through them. But the light of Apollo was not solely about joy and success. Carried with it the weight of responsibility. His influence often laid heavy on the shoulders of those who sought to create. The artists wrestled with their demons, haunted by the fear of inadequacy, chasing an ideal that seemed forever out of reach. The night would fall, and with it came doubt and darkness, a stark contrast to the brilliance of the sun god. Yet, in those moments of uncertainty, they found solace in the knowledge that Apollo understood the struggle. It was his light that flickered in the darkest of hours, urging them to persevere, to embrace their vulnerabilities and transform them into art. In the quiet moments of reflection beneath the starlit sky, Apollo's essence lingered like a gentle caress. The artists and musicians, weary from their battles, would often gather to share their dreams and fears. Each shared word, every note played, felt like a prayer sent up to the heavens, a testament to the bond they shared with Apollo. His light was not just a gift. It was a sacred promise that their voices mattered. They were part of a greater symphony, each unique and vital, resonating in harmony with the world around them. Long before the dawn of modernity, Apollo's spirit wove itself into the very fabric of human experience. His influence transcended time and place, reminding artists and musicians of the power they held to evoke emotions that connected hearts and minds across generations. He invited them to embrace the light within themselves, to channel their pain and joy into creation, and through their art, he came alive again and again, illuminating the shadows of existence with his unwavering brilliance. In the flickering shadows of a moonlit grove, the air was thick with anticipation. Wisps of mist curled around the trees, wrapping their gnarled branches in a shroud of mystery. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the stillness, snapping the silence like a brittle twig. Eyes darted toward the source of the noise, hearts racing. Was it a deer, predator, or perhaps something more ethereal, something that belonged to the realm of gods? A figure emerged from the underbrush, her presence commanding yet serene. She stood tall, with hair that cascaded like golden sunlight, and her eyes sparkled with the ferocity of a huntress. This was no ordinary woman. This was Diana, the goddess revered not just for her prowess in hunting, but for her embodiment of women's strength and independence. She was the protector of the wild, a fierce spirit that empowered women to reclaim their voices and destinies. Diana was born from a tumultuous union of celestial forces. Her mother, Leto, was pursued relentlessly by a jealous Hera, leading Leto to seek refuge on the floating island of Delos. There, in the sacred embrace of the island's rocky shores, Diana came into the world alongside her twin brother, Apollo. From her very first breath, she was destined for greatness. She was not just a goddess of the hunt. She was a symbol of freedom, a beacon of empowerment for women in a world dominated by male gods and warriors. In ancient Rome, the sight of Diana was enough to send chills of admiration through the hearts of those who worshipped her. Women would gather in moonlit groves to pay homage to the goddess who inspired them. They danced under the stars, their movements fluid and graceful, mirroring the very essence of the hunt. This was no mere ritual. It was a reclaiming of agency, a celebration of their own strength and resilience. With every arrow shot, every hunt undertaken, they felt the spirit of Diana coursing through their veins. The stories of her bravery and skill spread far and wide. Diana was often depicted with a bow in hand and a quiver full of arrows slung across her back, ready to protect the innocent and punish the wicked. She was known to be a fierce defender of those who could not defend themselves. A wild boar, a fearsome wolf, or a threatening hunter, none could escape her precision. With each shot, she sent a clear message. Women are not to be underestimated or silenced. They have power, they have agency, and they can carve their own paths in a world that often sought to confine them. Her sacred groves became havens for women seeking solace and strength. They would kneel before her altars, whispering prayers for courage and guidance. "Help us find our strength," they would say, their voices trembling with hope. And in those moments, when the moon hung low and the night was alive with possibilities, Diana listened. She understood the struggles of womanhood, the expectations, the fears, and the burdens. She was the voice of the voiceless, the protector of the vulnerable, and her spirit kindled a fierce fire within those who sought her embrace. But the goddess was not without her challenges. The tales of Diana were infused with conflict, illustrating the age-old struggle between freedom and constraint. She often found herself at odds with her male counterparts, particularly with men who believed a woman's place was tethered to the home. They could not fathom the idea of a woman wielding a bow, chasing the wind, or roaming the wilds unchecked. Yet, each confrontation only fueled her resolve. Diana became a symbol of defiance, a living testament to the idea that women could step into the light and claim their rightful place in the world. As the years passed, her mythology grew richer, intertwining with the lives of countless women who found inspiration in her story. In literature, art, and song, Diana's legacy was immortalized. Her likeness adorned temples, her image graced vases, and her essence lived on in the hearts of girls dreaming of adventure. They would close their eyes and envision themselves as fierce huntresses, moving gracefully through the forests, arrows poised, ready to conquer their fears and seize their dreams. The echoes of her name could be heard in every whisper of the wind and every rustle of the leaves. Diana, they would say, as if invoking her presence. Her story was woven into the very fabric of society, connecting generations of women, uniting them in a shared quest for empowerment. The hunter and the hunted blurred, and in that ambiguity, a powerful truth emerged. To be a woman was to be both vulnerable and strong, delicate and fierce. Diana's influence was not confined to the ancient world. Through time, her spirit transcended the boundaries of mythology and found its way into the hearts of modern women. She became a symbol of feminism, a rallying cry for those who sought equality and justice. With every story told, every battle fought for women's rights, the flame that Diana ignited in the hearts of her worshippers flickered to life once more. She became an emblem of hope, teaching women to rise, to stand tall, and to embrace their inner strength. Even today, the spirit of Diana resonates. There are those who wander through forests, seeking solace in nature's embrace, finding empowerment in the wild. They feel her presence when they shoot an arrow, when they run through the trees, or when they simply stand still, breathing in the beauty of the world around them. Diana is not just a goddess of the hunt. She is an eternal force, a reminder that within every woman lies the power to shape her own destiny, to chase her own dreams, and to embrace her true self. And so, beneath the silver glow of the moon, the hunt continues. Diana's legacy pulses through the earth, a connection that binds all women in a shared journey of strength and empowerment. The bowstrings are taut, the arrows are ready, and in the whispers of the night, her name is called once more, echoing through the ages, inviting all to join in the eternal dance of empowerment and freedom. The hunt is far from over, and the spirit of Diana will forever guide those who dare to step into the wild, uncharted territories of their own lives. The sky crackled with energy as storm clouds gathered, casting shadows over the bustling Roman marketplace. Merchants shouted their wares, and children darted between stalls, their laughter ringing like bells. Yet, amidst the chaos, one figure stood out, cloaked in a shimmering robe, wings sprouting from his sandals, eyes glinting with mischief and wisdom. This was Mercury, the swift messenger of the gods, a deity who breathed life into the airwaves of ancient communication, his presence as electric as the storm brewing above. In ancient times, before the advent of phones or even simple letters, the world thrummed with the urgency of messages needing to be delivered. It was Mercury, his Roman name, who turned the wheels of connection, making the impossible possible. He danced between realms, slipping through the cracks of time and space to bring news that could change destinies. The Romans revered him, not just as a god of commerce, but as the embodiment of swift communication, a force that shaped their very society. The tales of Mercury echoed through the ages, rich with the sounds of clinking coins, the rustle of parchment, and the whispers of spies. In the flickering candlelight of a scriptorium, scribes labored over their scrolls, their ink flowing like the river of time. They were the voices of Mercury, channeling his energy into words that would travel far and wide. Each stroke of the quill was a heartbeat, a pulse of life that connected lovers separated by oceans, soldiers yearning for home, and traders striking deals that could alter their fates. Consider the great roads of ancient Rome, each stone laid with intention, each mile a promise of connection. Mercury guided travelers along these paths, his spirit echoing through the footsteps of messengers racing to deliver vital news. From the whispers of impending war to the joyous announcement of a birth, the messages carried on these roads transformed lives. Every delivery was a moment of tension, a countdown to what awaited on the other side. Would news bring joy or sorrow, hope or despair? One of the most remarkable stories was that of the Roman general Julius Caesar, who sent messages across the empire, often with urgency that matched the tempo of Mercury's wings. Caesar's letters, written in the heat of battle, embodied the essence of swift communication. I came, I saw, I conquered. Those simple words, delivered with the speed of Mercury, painted a vivid picture of triumph that resonated through the Republic. The world hung on his every word, and the power of communication became a weapon as sharp as any sword. But it wasn't just the grand figures of history who felt the weight of Mercury's influence. In the quiet corners of homes, lovers wrote letters, pouring their hearts onto the pages. The ink was warm with longing, the parchment an intimate witness to desires that spanned miles. A letter could carry the promise of a future or the heartbreak of separation. The very act of writing was an invocation of Mercury's essence, a spell cast in ink, binding souls across distances. In the bustling city of Pompeii, as the Mount Vesuvius loomed ominously in the background, merchants engaged in lively conversations, their voices a blend of excitement and urgency. The market was a tapestry of stories woven through the words exchanged, with Mercury dancing invisibly among them, his spirit urging them to share, to connect. The volcanic ash that would later blanket the city also encapsulated these moments, preserving them for eternity. Every shout, every transaction, every whispered secret frozen in time. Yet, history is riddled with darker tales, where the power of communication was wielded as a weapon. In times of war, deceit and miscommunication could lead to catastrophic outcomes. The Trojan War, a tale steeped in legend, was sparked by letters, messages twisted and turned, filled with lies that ignited a decade-long conflict. Mercury's duality shines bright. He is not just the messenger of light, but also a harbinger of mischief, illustrating how the very act of conveying messages can twist reality into something unrecognizable. And then, there were the scribes of Alexandria, tasked with collecting the knowledge of the world. They understood the sacredness of words, transcribing the philosophies of the ages, with Mercury guiding their hands, urging them to preserve human thought. On those parchment rolls, the wisdom of Aristotle and the tales of Homer came to life. In the dim light of the library, students gathered, their hearts racing with the thrill of learning. Each scroll was a portal to new worlds, every word a spark of enlightenment, the echo of Mercury vibrating through their minds. As centuries passed, the influence of Mercury evolved but never waned. The advent of the printing press in the 15th century ignited a revolution in communication. Suddenly, books were no longer a luxury for the elite but a treasure for the masses. The flow of ideas accelerated, and the fires of the Renaissance were fueled by Mercury's gift. Ideas that once traveled slowly across landscapes now raced through towns and cities like wildfires, igniting imaginations and reshaping the very fabric of society. However, the shadows remained. With the spread of information came the responsibility of trust. Rumors swirled, misinformation spread like a plague, and the age-old struggle between truth and deception played out on the grand stage of human interaction. Mercury's laughter echoed in the chaos, reminding all that his influence was not solely for good, but a reminder of the delicate balance of communication. In a quaint café in Paris during the Enlightenment, philosophers gathered, their discussions a cacophony of dreams and theories. Ideas flowed like the wine in their glasses, and beneath it all, the spirit of Mercury thrived. The air was thick with passion, with the urgency of thoughts waiting to be shared. Each conversation was a dance, a connection made through the threads of language, a testament to the power of words to inspire revolution, to spark change. And as the digital age dawned, Mercury's legacy surged forward, now faster than ever before. Emails zipped across the globe, social media connected strangers, and the world became a tapestry woven with countless voices. Yet, amidst this whirlwind of connectivity, the essence of Mercury remained, an ever-present reminder of the beauty and peril that comes with communication. Every text, every tweet was a heartbeat in the grand narrative of humanity, echoing the same age-old questions. What will we say? How will we connect? What stories will we choose to share? As the thunderstorm brewed overhead, the marketplace echoed with the laughter of children and the shouts of merchants, a reminder that amidst the chaos and the beauty of connection, Mercury's spirit thrived, an eternal heartbeat in the story of communication, guiding every word that flowed, binding souls together across time and space. In the flickering shadows of an ancient forge, the air crackled with energy, the very essence of creation alive in the heat. Vulcan, the towering figure of might and mastery, stood at the center, muscles taut and gleaming with sweat, his hammer raised high. Each strike against the anvil resonated like thunder, an echo of power that seemed to shake the earth beneath his feet. Sparks flew, dancing like fireflies in the dark, illuminating the ageless stone walls that held witness to centuries of craftsmanship and innovation. The stories of Vulcan began long before the dawn of modern industry, in the rich tapestry of Roman mythology. Born of fire and earth, he was not merely a god. He was the embodiment of the transformative force that shapes raw materials into breathtaking beauty. Those who toiled in the fiery depths of their workshops called upon him for inspiration, hoping that he would guide their hands in creating tools that would change lives. Every sword, every sculpture, every intricate piece of jewelry bore his mark, a reminder of the divine connection between human effort and celestial support. Vulcan's workshop was a realm of chaos and beauty. The rhythmic clanging of metal against metal, the hiss of molten iron meeting cold water, created a symphony of industry. Yet, amidst the clatter, a deeper pulse thrummed, a heartbeat of creation. Every craftsman knew the thrill of standing before the flames, feeling the heat envelop them, and knowing that within that fire lay the potential for greatness. It was as if Vulcan himself breathed life into every project, infusing it with passion and purpose. As the Industrial Revolution began to stir in the 18th century, the spirit of Vulcan surged anew. Factories sprang up like wildflowers across the landscape, their smokestacks reaching for the heavens. The world was on the cusp of a new era, and with it, the essence of Vulcan reverberated in the clinking of machinery and the whir of engines. The flames of innovation ignited hearts, as men and women harnessed the power of steam and iron, transforming the very fabric of society. The god of fire was not just a relic of the past. He lived in every factory, every workshop, every hand that shaped the future. Workers toiling in the bowels of these burgeoning factories felt an undeniable connection to the ancient deity. They understood the artistry in their labor, the way their sweat mingled with the dust of the earth to create remarkable machines that would change lives. Each invention told a story, from the steam engine that breathed life into locomotives to the spinning jenny that revolutionized textile production. Vulcan's spirit whispered in their ears, urging them forward, igniting their imaginations. In the glow of the forge, they forged not just metal but destiny. The heat from the flames was a reminder of the power they wielded and the progress they could make. Yet, there was a tension in the air, a sense of urgency that mirrored the roar of the machinery. With every invention came the promise of prosperity, but also the specter of destruction. The same fire that created could also consume. Vulcan, the duality of creation and chaos, loomed large in their minds. Fires raged in the hearts of the ambitious. Young men and women dreamed of inventing the next great thing, their ideas swirling like embers in the night. They would gather in pubs and cafes, sketching designs on napkins, their eyes alight with possibility. The flickering candlelight illuminated their faces, casting shadows that danced across the walls, a testament to the dreams ignited by Vulcan's flame. They spoke of ships that would sail faster, machines that would ease labor, and innovations that would elevate humanity. Yet not all was well in this age of progress. With the rise of factories came the cries of the workers, weary and worn, laboring under harsh conditions. The very industry that embodied Vulcan's spirit also bore the weight of exploitation. Children toiled alongside adults, faces smudged with coal dust, eyes reflecting the fires of ambition and despair. It was a stark reminder that the fires of creation could burn out of control, consuming the innocent in their wake. Vulcan's forge had become a paradox, a place of both miraculous invention and heartbreaking suffering. In the quiet corners of the city, artisans still clung to the old ways, preserving the craft that had once flourished under Vulcan's watchful gaze. They worked with their hands, shaping clay and metal, breathing life into their creations with love and dedication. The delicate balance between ancient artistry and modern industry became a battleground, with Vulcan caught in the crossfire. Would the world forget the soul behind the craft in pursuit of speed and efficiency? Would the flames that once symbolized creativity turn to smoke, leaving nothing but ashes behind? As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues, the energy of Vulcan enveloped the land. It was a reminder that the god of fire was not just a relic of history, but a living force that coursed through humanity's veins. In every flicker of flame, every clang of metal, and every heartbeat of innovation, Vulcan lived on. The tension in the air thickened like the smoke that billowed from the chimneys, a promise of what was to come, a question of what could be lost. The fires of modern industry blazed brightly, and with them came a new understanding of Vulcan's legacy. There was more to this god of fire than merely creation. There was a call to balance, a plea for consciousness in the face of relentless progress. As the world marched forward, the echoes of Vulcan whispered through the ages, reminding all who would listen that in the dance of flames lay the power to create, to destroy, and ultimately, to transform. The forge of life continued to burn, and its story was far from over. With every heartbeat, the pulse of creation thrummed stronger, weaving the past and the future in a tapestry of flame and ambition. The sun poured its golden light over a sprawling field, where rows of crops swayed gently in the breeze, whispering secrets of a world that thrived on the pulse of life. In the distance, children laughed and played as they chased each other, a joyful celebration of the very bounty that nature and humanity had woven together. This scene, vibrant and alive, echoed the power of Ceres, the ancient goddess of agriculture, whose spirit lingered in every grain and blossom. Ceres, a symbol of nurturance and abundance, once roamed the earth as a deity revered for her gifts. She was not merely a figure trapped in the annals of history. She represented the heart and soul of every farmer who toiled in the soil, every family that gathered around a table laden with food. Her essence resonated through the ages, from the ancient Roman fields where she was honored with festivals to the modern farms that carry her legacy. As harvests came in and the air filled with the rich, earthy aroma of freshly turned soil, there was an undeniable connection, an unbroken thread that linked humanity to the land. Generations of farmers had felt her presence, sought her blessings, and whispered their hopes into the winds that danced over their crops. They prayed for rain when the sky was dry and celebrated abundant harvests with joy that coursed through their veins. Each seed sown and each crop reaped was a testament to her enduring influence. Yet, in this age of technology and rapid change, the essence of Ceres faces unforeseen challenges. The lush fields of the past are now juxtaposed with the realities of modern agriculture. Industrial farming, climate change, and food insecurity threaten to shift the balance of nature. Traditional methods, once passed down through generations, now struggle against the mechanization that promises efficiency but risks losing the intimate relationship between the land and those who tend it. Farmers, once the guardians of Ceres' gifts, now confront a system that often views agriculture as a mere commodity. In a small town nestled amidst golden wheat fields, a farmer named Elena stood at the edge of her land, her heart heavy with worry. She remembered her grandmother's stories of bountiful harvests, where every season was celebrated with feasts that brought the community together. Now, the whispers of Ceres felt distant, drowned out by the roar of tractors and the stark reality of changing weather patterns. The droughts and floods were no longer myths. They were harsh truths that disrupted the rhythm of life. As Elena knelt to touch the earth, she felt a surge of emotion, a connection that transcended time. She could almost hear Ceres speaking through the rustling leaves, urging her to remember the old ways. With each heartbeat, she resolved to honor the goddess by nurturing her land and the community around her. The idea of sustainable farming began to take root in her mind, a way to embrace innovation while honoring tradition. What if she could cultivate crops in harmony with the environment? What if she could teach others to respect the earth, to care for it as Ceres had intended? In another part of the world, a group of young activists gathered, their passion igniting a fire that mirrored the sun's rays. They spoke fervently about food justice, advocating for access to healthy, sustainable food for all. Each voice was a tribute to Ceres, echoing her mission to ensure that no one would go hungry. They envisioned a future where communities reclaimed their power over food systems, planting gardens in urban spaces and creating networks that connected local farmers with city dwellers. Their energy was contagious, a reminder that the goddess was alive in their hearts, pushing them to fight for a world where agriculture served humanity, not just profit. Ceres was not just a memory. She was a call to action, an invitation to reimagine the possibilities within the food systems of today. The stories of farmers like Elena and the activists ignited a spark, illuminating the path toward a more equitable future. There was a sense of urgency, a realization that the fate of the land, the food, and ultimately the people rested on the choices made today. As the seasons changed, so did the landscape of agriculture. New techniques emerged, blending respect for the earth with cutting-edge technology. Regenerative practices took hold, breathing life back into exhausted soils, while local markets flourished, creating connections that revitalized communities. The whispers of Ceres grew louder, resonating through the hearts of those who dared to dream and act. In the quiet moments, Elena stood in her fields, the sun casting a warm glow on her face. She closed her eyes, breathing in the sweet smell of fresh earth, and felt a sense of peace wash over her. The challenges were still there, looming in the background, but so was hope. Ceres was watching, her spirit guiding those who sought to heal the land and feed the people. With each seed planted, she felt a bond strengthen, a commitment to honor the goddess who had been with humanity since the dawn of agriculture. Meanwhile, the young activists rallied, their voices rising in a chorus that echoed across cities. They painted murals depicting Ceres, her hands full of grains, her eyes filled with compassion. Their message was clear: food is more than mere sustenance. It is a shared heritage, a right that belongs to everyone. They understood that to honor Ceres was to fight for a world where food systems were just sustainable and deeply connected to the earth. As the sun set over the fields, casting long shadows that intertwined like the stories of the past and present, a sense of unity emerged. The goddess of agriculture had transformed from an ancient figure into a living force that connected the hearts of those who yearned for change. Each individual, whether farmer or activist, became a vessel for Ceres' spirit, carrying her message forward into the future. And so, the legacy of Ceres continued to weave through the fabric of society, a reminder that agriculture is not just about crops or profits. It is about nurturing life, sustaining communities, and preserving the sacred bond between humanity and the earth. The story was far from over. It was a living narrative, one that echoed with the promise of a new dawn, a dawn that awaited those brave enough to answer the call. In a twilight haze, where dusk blankets the world in shades of deep indigo and faint gold, laughter dances in the air, mingling with the sweet aroma of grapes crushed beneath eager feet. The scene is vibrant, filled with merriment and joy, as men and women gather around tables draped in fine linens, their voices rising and falling like the tides. It is a celebration, a festival of life, and at the center of it all stands Bacchus, the ancient god of wine, revelry, and unrestrained joy. His presence is felt in every clink of a glass, every burst of laughter, every shared secret whispered over the rim of a goblet. Bacchus, known as Dionysus in Greece, was born from an extraordinary tale of love and loss. His mother, Semele, was a mortal woman, seduced by Zeus, the king of the gods. When she demanded to see Zeus in his true form, the sight overwhelmed her and took her life. But from her ashes, Bacchus emerged, a miracle born of death and rebirth. His very essence was wine, the nectar of the gods, capable of igniting passion, erasing fears, and spinning dreams into reality. This divine lineage crafted a being who danced on the edge of ecstasy and madness, blending joy with chaos. As time flowed forward, the ancient Romans embraced Bacchus as their own. Festivals in his honor, known as Bacchanalia, transformed the rigid confines of society into a playground for the senses. Streets filled with music and dance, and people reveled in the freedom he offered. In those wild nights, boundaries melted away, and strangers became friends, united in their quest for laughter and liberation. The spirit of Bacchus coursed through their veins, turning ordinary gatherings into extraordinary explosions of life. But Bacchus was also a patron of the arts. Poets sang his praises, capturing his essence in verses that echoed through the ages. Sculptors immortalized him in marble, capturing the wild abandon of his followers, their frenzied movements frozen in time. His influence spilled into the very fabric of culture, inspiring not just merriment but creativity and passion. The heart thrummed with excitement, and the spirit soared with the promise of inspiration. Even as centuries slipped by, Bacchus remained an ever-present force in human celebrations. In the Renaissance, artists found new ways to depict his divine essence. Botticelli, Caravaggio, and Titian painted him as a figure of allure, draped in vibrant colors, surrounded by lush landscapes and beautiful companions. Their works stirred something deep within the soul, drawing people into an enchanting world where dreams mingled with reality. The allure of wine became synonymous with art, beauty, and the intimate connections that shape human experience. Modern times have not dulled the spirit of Bacchus. Wine has become a symbol of celebration, joy, and community. People gather to toast one another, to share not just in drinks but in stories, laughter, and love. Weddings, birthdays, and holidays ring with the echoes of Bacchus, reminding everyone that life is meant to be cherished. The clinking of glasses resonates like a heartbeat, a reminder that every sip is a blessing, a moment to pause and appreciate the beauty around. In vineyards sprawling across sun-kissed hills, the spirit of Bacchus thrives. Winemakers, custodians of ancient traditions, pour their hearts and souls into every bottle. They honor the earth, the cycles of nature, and the labor that goes into crafting the perfect wine. Each vintage tells a story, reflecting the seasons, the sun's warmth, and the rain's gentle caress. As people lift their glasses to toast, they partake in a sacred ritual, connecting the past with the present, the divine with the earthly. Yet, even within the joy of modern celebrations, the shadow of Bacchus's chaos lingers. The very wine that brings people together has the power to unleash darker impulses. It can blur the lines of reason, pushing boundaries and igniting passions that might otherwise lie dormant. From wild parties to intimate gatherings, Bacchus reminds humanity of the fine balance between ecstasy and excess, joy and destruction. As night deepens, the air electric with the tension of unspoken words and lingering gazes, Bacchus watches over all. He is there in the laughter of friends, the spark of romance, the longing glances shared between strangers. His spirit flows through the veins of every reveler, awakening something primal, something joyful. Revelers dance under the stars, their movements a tribute to a past that is ever present, their hearts beating in sync with the rhythm of life. In this moment, as the music swells and the laughter crescendos, Bacchus reigns supreme. A god of wine, a spirit of celebration, a reminder that life is to be tasted, savored, and shared. Every cup raised is a testament to the connection between humanity and the divine, a bridge forged through joy, pain, love, and loss. Bacchus whispers in the hearts of those who dare to live boldly, to love fiercely, and to celebrate every moment as if it were a gift from the heavens above. And as the night unfurls, the promise of tomorrow hangs delicately in the air, a tantalizing hint of what is yet to come. Each heartbeat, each laugh, each moment shared under the watchful gaze of Bacchus intertwines into a tapestry of life that stretches across time. The celebration does not end. It transforms, continuing the cycle of joy, sorrow, and connection that binds us all. In that eternal dance, Bacchus remains, a timeless guardian of life's most cherished moments, urging humanity to remember that every sip, every celebration, is a story waiting to be told. In the flickering shadows of a dimly lit home, where warmth dances with the whispers of the past, a soft glow emanates from the hearth. This is the sacred space of Vesta, the Roman goddess who held the very essence of home, hearth, and family life. Her presence was felt in every crackle of the fire and in every warm meal shared among loved ones. Vesta was not just a deity. She was the soul of domesticity, the guardian of the home, and the nurturer of bonds that tied families together. In ancient times, families would gather around the hearth, their faces illuminated by the golden flames. The aroma of bread baking and meat roasting filled the air, creating a tapestry of comfort that wrapped around each member like a warm blanket. With every story shared and every laugh that echoed off the walls, Vesta watched over them, her spirit intertwining with the fabric of their lives. She was the silent witness to their joys and sorrows, their celebrations and their griefs, reminding each person that home was not merely a structure made of brick and wood, but a living, breathing entity filled with love and memories. Every Roman household, no matter how grand or humble, had a small shrine dedicated to Vesta, the focus of daily rituals and offerings. Families would light a flame in her honor, believing it to be a direct connection to the goddess herself. This sacred fire was never allowed to extinguish, symbolizing the unwavering bond and stability of the household. When the flames flickered, they radiated hope, prosperity, and protection, a promise from Vesta that she would safeguard them from misfortune. The flickering embers were like the heartbeat of the home, pulsing with life and vitality. The Vestal virgins, priestesses sworn to serve Vesta for 30 years, lived in the Temple of Vesta in the heart of Rome. With their white robes flowing like streams of purity, they tended the eternal flame, performing sacred rituals to keep the goddess's spirit alive. These women were revered, seen as both protectors of the city and symbols of chastity and devotion. Their role was not merely religious. It embodied the very essence of loyalty and commitment, reflecting Vesta's virtues. Each Vestal virgin carried the weight of the community's hopes and fears, their sacred duty intertwining with the well-being of the entire Roman state. As day turned to night, the bustling streets of Rome quieted, and the warmth of Vesta's hearth beckoned to weary travelers and homebound souls alike. It was in this sacred moment that the boundaries of the domestic and the divine blurred. The aroma of roasted chestnuts wafted through the air, mingling with the laughter of children playing under the watchful eye of their parents. It was a scene of peace, an oasis amidst the chaos of life, where Vesta's influence reigned supreme. But darkness lurked beneath the surface. In times of war or famine, the flames of Vesta became a beacon of hope for the beleaguered. Soldiers would pray for her protection before heading off to battle, seeking her blessing to return safely to their families. The hearth became a symbol of resilience, a reminder that no matter the trials faced, love and unity could prevail. Yet, as the fires blazed, the shadows deepened, revealing the fragility of these bonds. When disaster struck, the loss of that sacred flame felt catastrophic, a break in the chain that connected generations. During the festivals dedicated to Vesta, the city erupted in celebration, the air thick with the sound of laughter and song. Offerings of cakes, wine, and incense filled the streets as families and friends came together to honor the goddess who blessed their homes. It was a time of renewal, a collective acknowledgement that the hearth's flame not only warmed their homes, but also fueled their spirits. Children danced, adults feasted, and for a fleeting moment, all was well. But as the last embers of the festival faded, the bittersweet truth lingered. Life was a tapestry woven with joy and sorrow, where every flicker of the flame mirrored the duality of existence. In moments of reflection, the people recalled the legends of Vesta's creation. Born from the primordial chaos, she was both fierce and nurturing, a paradox that embodied the complexities of life itself. Her very essence taught the importance of balance, the need to protect what is cherished while also preparing for the inevitable storms that could sweep through without warning. The hearth was a sanctuary, but it was also a reminder that everything fragile was worth guarding fiercely. As the years turned into centuries, the worship of Vesta began to wane, yet her spirit remained embedded in the hearts of the people. Houses that once echoed with laughter were now silent, their hearths reduced to cold stones. But still, the essence of Vesta lingered in the memories of families, in the traditions passed down through generations. The stories of her protection and love became folklore, whispered in the quiet of the night, holding the power to ignite the flickering flames of nostalgia. In the quiet moments of solitude, when shadows danced on the walls and the world outside lay shrouded in uncertainty, the longing for Vesta's warmth filled every heart. The hearth became an emotional sanctuary, a flickering promise that even in the darkest of times, love and connection could be rekindled. And so, the legacy of Vesta lived on, an eternal flame in the soul of every home, a reminder that no matter how far they strayed from the goddess's embrace, her spirit would always guide them back, whispering the importance of family, love, and the sanctuary of the hearth. As the sun began to rise on a new day, painting the sky with hues of gold and crimson, the hearth awaited its next story. The spirit of Vesta stood ready, poised to welcome the next chapter of life, each flame flickering with the promise of new beginnings, even as echoes of the past lingered in the air. With every heartbeat, the cycle continued, an eternal dance between the warmth of home and the chill of the outside world, where Vesta reigned not just as a goddess, but as the very embodiment of human connection. In the flickering shadows of ancient Rome, on a sun-drenched afternoon, a young girl named Livia sat on the steps of a grand temple. The air hummed with whispers of wisdom, filled with the rustle of scrolls and the laughter of scholars who gathered under the vigilant gaze of a statue that radiated strength and serenity. This was Minerva, the goddess of wisdom, education, and strategic warfare, her eyes gleaming with a fierce intelligence that seemed to pierce right through the heart of anyone who dared to gaze upon her. Livia watched intently. She was captivated by the stories woven around this divine figure, tales of battles fought not with swords, but with ideas and knowledge. The elders spoke of Minerva's birth, sprung fully formed from the head of Jupiter, a symbol of intellect born without the touch of human hands. It was said that she carried the weight of the universe on her shoulders, guiding humankind through the chaos of ignorance and darkness. The stories did not just linger in the air. They wrapped around Livia like a warm cloak, igniting a fire within her. She yearned to understand the world, to wield knowledge like a weapon. With each passing day at the temple, Livia became more entranced, her heart beating in sync with the legends that unfurled before her. She envisioned a life where wisdom was her ally, where education was a journey that could lead her to heights beyond the imagination. One afternoon, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, Livia overheard a group of scholars animatedly discussing Minerva's role in history. They spoke of how she had guided heroes and ordinary citizens alike, helping them make decisions not just for themselves, but for the greater good. Her influence stretched far and wide, across borders and time, a silent force that inspired inventions, philosophies, and revolutions. Livia's heart raced at the thought. Could she, too, be a vessel for such power? In the quiet corners of the temple, where the scent of ancient parchment mingled with the earthy aroma of olive oil lamps, Livia discovered the scrolls that contained the teachings of the great philosophers: Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. Each scroll was like a portal, transporting her to a different world, a world where questioning was encouraged, and knowledge was not merely accumulated, but celebrated. It became her sanctuary, a refuge where she could mold her mind and spirit into something greater. But the path of knowledge was not without its challenges. Whispers of doubt sometimes crept into Livia's heart, shadows that threatened to snuff out her fiery ambition. The world outside was filled with expectations and limitations. Would a girl like her, one with dreams etched in her soul, ever be taken seriously? As she wrestled with these thoughts, she would often return to the statue of Minerva, seeking solace in her unwavering gaze. The goddess seemed to speak to her in those moments, reminding her that wisdom often comes through struggle, that education is a battle worth fighting. One fateful day, word spread through the streets of Rome about a great debate that was to take place in the Forum. Scholars and orators from far and wide would gather to discuss the role of wisdom in governance. Livia's heart soared at the thought of witnessing such an event, but a flicker of fear danced within her. What if she could not understand, or worse, what if she couldn't participate? Yet, she felt the pull of Minerva's spirit urging her forward. A voice inside whispered that this was her moment. As she approached the Forum, the air crackled with anticipation. Crowds thronged, their voices rising like a tide, mingling with the scent of fresh bread and spiced wine. Livia squeezed through the throng, her heart pounding like a drum. And then she saw him, an elder scholar known for his wisdom, a man who had written volumes on the power of knowledge. As he spoke, his voice soared above the rest, painting vivid images of how Minerva had shaped civilizations, how her wisdom had been the beacon in times of darkness. The crowd erupted into applause, but Livia felt a different kind of fire igniting within her. How desperately she wanted to contribute to the discourse. With trembling hands, she clutched a scroll that she had secretly copied from the temple, her own thoughts weaving into the fabric of the great debates. A surge of courage washed over her as she stepped forward, the whispers of the crowd quieting as they turned to her, their eyes wide with curiosity and skepticism. "Minerva," she began, her voice quaking, "showed us that wisdom is not just for the elite, but for everyone who dares to seek it. Education is our right, a tool to forge our destinies, and it is through the pursuit of knowledge that we can shape our futures." Her words rang out, clear and resonant, striking chords in the hearts of those who listened. She felt the weight of Minerva's legacy behind her, a testament to the power and importance of wisdom. In that moment, Livia realized that she was part of a lineage that stretched back to the very foundations of civilization. The goddess of wisdom had not just been a figure of the past. She was alive in every mind that sought to learn, every heart that dared to ask questions. The crowd erupted in applause, their voices mingling with Livia's rising hopes and dreams. As the debate continued, Livia's presence became a symbol of the merging of youth and wisdom. The connection to Minerva deepened, intertwining her fate with the goddess's eternal mission. The evening wore on, the sun dipping low and painting the sky in deep shades of twilight. But for Livia, the journey was just beginning. The echoes of those learned discussions would follow her, guiding her footsteps toward a future where she, like Minerva, could illuminate the darkness of ignorance, a torchbearer for generations to come. And just as the moon began to rise, casting a silver glow upon the gathered souls, a new chapter awaited, one filled with the promise of knowledge, the thrill of discovery, and the unyielding spirit that sought to break every boundary. Minerva's quiet strength would be her compass, leading her into a world that was ready to be shaped by the wisdom she would embody, a world that was hers for the taking. The ancient streets of Rome were alive with the murmur of change, echoing through time like a heartbeat. Citizens bustled about, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of flickering oil lamps, each flicker a reminder of the constant transitions that shaped their lives. In a city where every corner whispered of history, the god Janus watched over them, his two faces gazing in opposite directions, one toward the past and the other toward the future. With his presence, he embodied the essence of beginnings and endings, a silent witness to the shifts in society that shaped the very fabric of the Roman Empire. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the forum, families gathered to celebrate the new year, a time devoted to Janus. They lit candles and offered sacrifices at altars, seeking his blessings for the year ahead. The air was thick with anticipation, laden with dreams and hopes, a collective wish for renewal. As their prayers rose like smoke, there was a sense of unity, a shared understanding that every ending bore the seed of a new beginning, a lesson Janus imparted without uttering a word. In a small, humble home on the outskirts of the city, a young couple prepared for the arrival of their first child. The woman, her belly round and heavy with promise, clutched a small statue of Janus, its dual faces capturing her imagination. She whispered her fears and joys into the flickering candlelight, seeking guidance from the deity who knew the weight of transitions. As the first cries of her newborn echoed through the walls, a spark of life ignited within her. Every heartbeat resonated with Janus's spirit, a reminder that every moment is a doorway, a threshold into the unknown. Not far from there, a soldier stood at the gates of the city, his armor glinting in the twilight. He was about to embark on a journey to distant lands, a soldier's life filled with uncertainty and danger. With a prayer to Janus, he sought strength for the battles ahead, knowing that change was as inevitable as the seasons. The god's influence was palpable, a protective presence urging him forward, whispering promises of courage and resilience. With one last look at his homeland, he stepped through the archway, crossing into a realm where beginnings were often shrouded in the shadows of fear and sacrifice. In the heart of Rome, a politician stood before a crowd, his voice rising and falling like the tide. He spoke of change, of new laws and reforms that would reshape the lives of many. The people listened, their hearts swelling with hope as they turned their faces toward the future. Yet the past clung to them like a lingering scent. Janus hovered within the crowd, unseen yet felt, reminding them that every decision carved a path into the unknown, a testament to the power of choice. People nodded, eyes wide, as they grasped the significance of the moment, a turning point that could unite or divide them. As the night deepened, a group of merchants gathered in the marketplace. They exchanged stories of their travels, each tale a thread woven into the rich tapestry of commerce and culture. Janus loomed over them, a silent guardian of trade, ensuring that every transaction marked a new beginning. They spoke of distant lands, of exotic goods that brought new flavors and ideas, igniting the imaginations of those who listened. The clinking of coins mingled with laughter, resonating with the promise of prosperity. Yet, beneath the surface, a current of unease flowed. The winds of change could just as easily bring loss as they could bring fortune. As dawn broke, bathing the city in soft hues of orange and pink, the people of Rome began their day anew. Children raced through the streets, their laughter ringing like bells, symbolizing innocence and the endless potential of new beginnings. Janus smiled down upon them, his dual faces reflecting their carefree spirits. Every dawn was a reminder that each day was an opportunity to start afresh, to embrace change, to shed the old like a snake outgrowing its skin. Yet, life in Rome was not without its trials. In the dark corners of the city, whispers of discontent grew louder. The voices of those who felt forgotten echoed like thunder, shaking the very foundations of society. Janus stood at the crossroads, feeling the tension in the air, understanding that every transition could lead to both creation and destruction. In the hearts of the people, fear mingled with hope like oil and water, a volatile mix that could ignite at any moment. In a small temple dedicated to Janus, an old priest lit the sacred incense, the smoke curling toward the heavens. He prayed fervently, calling on the god to guide the city through the impending storm. He knew that with every transition came uncertainty, but he also felt the collective strength of the community, their willingness to embrace the challenge together. The people would rally, fueled by the spirit of Janus, their god of beginnings, ready to face whatever lay ahead. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting light on the faces of the people, the tension began to rise. A march erupted in the streets, filled with voices demanding change. Janus, with his watchful gaze, stood at the threshold of revolution, a reminder that the past could not bind them if they chose to step forward. The clash of ideals echoed through the air as citizens found their voices, ignited by the energy of the god, who understood the power of both beginnings and endings. This moment, charged with emotion and possibility, hung in the air like a fragile thread. Janus's two faces looked on, neither judging nor intervening, allowing the people to forge their path, to create their future. The streets pulsed with energy, a living testament to the transitions that defined not just Rome, but humanity itself. And as the cries for change filled the air, they resonated with the heartbeat of a city, ever-changing and eternal, a reminder that life is a series of moments, each one a doorway to the next. In the flickering glow of candles, a young couple sat across from each other, their eyes bright with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. An unspoken energy crackled between them, a force that felt ancient yet fresh, as if Eros himself were guiding their hearts, whispering secrets of passion and vulnerability. The waiter, an invisible presence, placed a single rose on the table, its red petals a reminder of the timeless story of love that has played out for centuries. Eros, the Greek god of love, was not merely a figure from mythology. He represented an exquisite power that could bind souls, igniting flames of desire with a mere glance. In ancient Greece, his presence was everywhere, painted on pottery, celebrated in poetry, and worshipped in temples. He was depicted as a young boy with wings, mischievous and full of mischief, armed with arrows that shot straight into the hearts of mortals, leaving them breathless and yearning. When his arrow struck, love blossomed, often in unexpected ways, leading to both ecstasy and despair. The young couple, oblivious to the rich history encircling them, felt Eros's influence in every shared laugh and every shy glance. Their fingers brushed, sending shivers down their spines, as if the spirit of Eros whispered tales of lovers from centuries past. They could not know that throughout history, love has driven people to glorious heights and crushing lows, inspiring art, tragedy, and joy. The poignant story of Orpheus and Eurydice echoed in their minds, where love transcended even the barriers of death. They couldn't help but wonder if their love, too, was destined to be epic. As the couple spoke softly, the air thickened with the promise of intimacy, mirroring the sentiments of Eros's countless followers. In the ancient world, love was celebrated and feared in equal measure. The Romans, influenced heavily by Greek mythology, even incorporated Eros into their own pantheon as Cupid, a child with a bow and arrow who could make anyone fall in love, regardless of their will. This concept of irresistible attraction still resonates today, manifesting in the inexplicable pull one feels toward another. Yet, Eros was not just about romantic love. He governed all forms of love, friendship, familial bonds, and even the deep connections that form between rivals. In the bustling agora of Athens, strangers would sometimes find solace in shared laughter, ignited by the spirit of Eros himself. The ancient Greeks believed that love was a divine gift, one that could inspire acts of great courage and sacrifice. The stories of lovers who defied all odds, like Pygmalion and Galatea, remind us that love can transform us into something greater than ourselves. In that dimly lit restaurant, as the couple's conversation flowed, they unknowingly echoed the sentiments of lovers through the ages. The flutter of their hearts was reminiscent of the legendary tale of Helen and Paris, two souls whose love ignited a war. The tension in the air grew thick as they leaned closer, their breaths mingling, their worlds shrinking to the space where only they existed. The rose, now a symbol of their blossoming connection, served as a poignant reminder of the beauty and fragility of love, a truth that Eros would always uphold. But love, as history has shown, is far from simple. It can tear apart families, create unforeseen chaos, and lead to heartache. The myth of Eros and Psyche illustrates this tumultuous journey, where love must overcome trials and tribulations to emerge whole. The couple at the table began to feel the weight of this truth, sensing the fragility of their budding romance. Would their connection withstand the tests of time? Or would they too be caught in the web of doubts and fears that had ensnared so many before them? As they shared stories of their pasts, the shadows of former relationships flickered in the background. Each revelation, a heartbreak, a betrayal, was a thread woven into the fabric of their lives, shaping who they were in that moment. Eros, it seemed, was not only a deity of love but also a harbinger of healing. The scars from past loves gave depth to their current bond, reminding them that vulnerability was the pathway to true intimacy. In the midst of their conversation, the restaurant began to fade away, replaced by visions of lovers entwined throughout history. The warriors of old who fought not just for glory but for the hearts of their beloveds. The poets who poured their souls onto parchment in hopes of capturing an ephemeral moment of connection. Each tale surged with the weight of emotions, joy, sorrow, longing, all threads pulled by Eros's deft hands. The couple, lost in their own narrative, shared a moment of silence, eyes locked in a gaze that felt timeless, where the world outside ceased to exist. It was in that instant that the echoes of Eros intertwined with their reality. Their hearts beat in rhythm, not just as individuals but as a unit, a dance of two souls that mirrored the love stories of ages past. But love, like a flame, requires more than just the spark. It demands nurturing, understanding, and the courage to face the storms that may come. As the night deepened and the last remnants of sunlight faded, the weight of unspoken fears began to creep in. Would they be able to navigate the complexities of modern relationships, where distractions abound and commitment is often tested? The couple's laughter faded into a quiet contemplation, a fragile moment that echoed the lessons of Eros's legacy. Each heartbeat amplified the tension, a looming question that hovered like a shadow. Would they surrender to the enchanting pull of Eros, risking heartbreak and vulnerability? or would they retreat into the safety of indifference? The flickering candlelight danced around them, illuminating their faces, revealing doubts that were as real as their hopes. As the night wore on, the couple could almost hear the whispers of Eros guiding them, urging them to embrace what lay ahead. Their story was just beginning, a tapestry woven with threads of joy, pain, and everything in between. With every shared glance, every whispered promise, they stood on the precipice of their own epic love story, ready to face whatever came next, unaware of how deeply intertwined their fate would be with the legacy of love that had crossed centuries. In the dim light of a bustling Roman marketplace, the flicker of oil lamps danced across the faces of merchants, their eyes bright with dreams and schemes. A palpable tension hung in the air, as if every breath held the weight of uncertain fortune. Just beyond the throngs, a statue stood tall, cloaked in robes of flowing silk, her fingertips grazing a cornucopia overflowing with riches. This was Fortuna, the goddess of luck, who wielded the power to turn fortunes as easily as the seasons changed. Every morning, as the sun broke the horizon, traders flooded to her shrines, offering fruits, coins, and whispered prayers, hoping to curry favor with the divine. They believed Fortuna could tip the scales of fate with a mere flick of her wrist. Those who succeeded sang her praises, their laughter ringing through the streets, while those who fell short felt the crushing weight of despair. In Rome, fortune was as fickle as the wind, and all who sought wealth knew they walked on the edge of a knife. Claudia was one such merchant. Her stall, laden with vibrant silks and spices, shimmered under the gaze of Fortuna's statue. Each dawn, she swept the dust from her shop, eyes flickering nervously from her wares to the goddess above. Claudia believed, fiercely, that if she could just catch Fortuna's eye, her business would flourish, and all the sacrifices would be worth it. She recalled the tales of her grandmother, who had once captured the attention of Fortuna herself during the Grand Games, winning not just a fortune but the admiration of all Rome. But luck was a capricious mistress. One day, a rival trader, sleek as a serpent, undercut her prices and swept away her customers. Claudia felt the tremors of panic ripple through her chest. As the days turned into weeks of dwindling sales, she grew desperate. Perhaps it was time to take a different approach. With trembling hands, she crafted a beautiful garland of flowers and offered it at Fortuna's feet, whispering a prayer laced with both hope and fear. Across town, Lucius, a wealthy merchant, thrived as if touched by magic. His ships returned laden with treasures from distant lands. Whispers of his fortune echoed through the marble halls of the Senate. Yet Lucius was not one to rest easy. He sought out oracles, consulting them on his next move, believing that Fortuna smiled upon him. He had built a fortune on calculated risks, but the thrill of the gamble kept him awake at night. Would the goddess continue to favor him, or was he merely riding a wave of blind luck? As night fell, the city transformed. Shadows deepened and the air thickened with anticipation. Fortune was not just a blessing. It was also a game of chance lurking in the dark alleys of Rome. The stakes were high. Claudia, seeking guidance and inspiration, ventured into the depths of the city to consult a seer who claimed to communicate directly with Fortuna. The scent of incense filled the air, mingling with the sound of whispered incantations. The seer locked eyes with Claudia, reading her soul with a piercing gaze. Fortuna favors the bold, the seer warned, her voice a low rumble. What are you willing to sacrifice? Claudia's heart raced. The words stirred something deep within her, a yearning for change, for a daring leap into the unknown. Meanwhile, Lucius, restless in his opulent villa, tossed and turned in dreams haunted by visions of loss. His wealth was a gilded cage, trapping him in a cycle of excess, where the true value of fortune seemed to dwindle into meaninglessness. The goddess's laughter echoed in his mind, a reminder that all fortunes could vanish in an instant. He needed to remind himself of the very essence of luck, the unpredictable dance of fate. Back in the marketplace, a storm brewed. Claudia, emboldened by the seer's prophecy, seized the opportunity to take a bold step. She gathered her savings, investing everything into a shipment of rare spices. a gamble that could either restore her fortunes or shatter her dreams completely. As the ship sailed, she clutched the pendant of Fortuna around her neck, feeling its weight, a reminder of her choices. Then came the news that swept through the narrow streets like wildfire. A ship, much like Claudia's, had met a terrible fate, capsizing in the turbulent waters. The whispers of doom echoed around her, but amidst the fear, a glimmer of hope ignited in her heart. If her shipment survived, she would become the sole provider of those precious spices. Fortune had once again shifted, and now it was up to the goddess to decide her fate. Meanwhile, Lucius stood at the banks of the Tiber, contemplating his next move. The water flowed relentlessly, and he felt a kinship with its journey. Perhaps it was time to give back, to invest in something beyond wealth, a venture that could bring joy to others, rather than just riches to himself. The thought both thrilled and terrified him. Would Fortuna support such a transformation, or would he lose everything he held? As the storm clouds gathered over Rome, the tension mounted. Claudia awaited her shipment with bated breath, while Lucius contemplated a leap of faith that could either elevate him or bring him crashing down. In their hearts, they each felt the stirring of Fortuna's spirit, that unpredictable essence of luck and fate that had shaped their lives. The goddess danced in the shadows, entwining their destinies, reminding them that in the world of business, every moment was charged with possibility, and every prayer was a whisper that echoed through the ages. The marketplace was alive with anticipation as the sun broke through the clouds, casting golden rays over the city. Claudia stood at her stall, feeling the pulse of hope beneath her skin. Lucius, too, watched the sun rise, a sense of urgency swelling within him. Fortune was not a distant deity. It was the very essence of their ambitions, their fears, and their desires. As the day unfolded, they would each face the next chapter of their lives, where the goddess of fortune awaited, ready to weave her magic once more. The air crackled with energy, and the story was far from over. The cool, crisp air of a late afternoon carries with it a strange weight, as if time itself has paused to listen. In that moment, one can almost feel the presence of Saturn, the ancient Roman god whose very essence is intertwined with the fabric of time. With his flowing beard and stern gaze, he sits upon a throne woven from the strands of countless ages, watching as humanity scurries about, unaware of the powerful influence he holds over their lives. In ancient Rome, Saturn was revered not just as a deity, but as a symbol of the cyclical nature of existence. Festivals in his honor brought the city to a standstill, a precious time where the typical order of life gave way to merriment and revelry. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the streets would pulse with energy, laughter echoing through the air like the ringing of silver bells. People donned masks, transforming into the very spirits of joy and freedom, unshackling themselves from the burdens of everyday life. This was the Saturnalia, a festival that celebrated the return of light and the turning of the seasons, where slaves and masters would switch places for a brief moment, reminding all of the fluid nature of power and respect. But as the shimmering festivities would fade, Saturn would remain, firmly rooted in the hearts of the people and in the very structure of their lives. His fingerprints could be seen in the rhythm of their calendars, marking the passage of time with an authority that could not be ignored. The Roman calendar itself was a reflection of his influence, a chaotic dance of months and seasons that spoke to the impermanence of the world. January, aptly named after Janus, the two-faced god of beginnings and endings, would stand as the first step away from the chaos of Saturn's reign, ushering in a new era of order and predictability. As centuries passed, the legacy of Saturn would transcend the boundaries of Rome. His name echoed through ancient texts, whispered by scholars and philosophers who marveled at the profound connection between time and human life. It was said that he devoured his own children, a gruesome act that revealed the paradox of time itself. While it nurtures growth and change, it also consumes and erases. The fear of this relentless cycle hung heavy over generations, influencing the way people viewed their fleeting moments. Time became both a gift and a curse, a joyful creation and a relentless hunter. Calendars evolved, adapting to the needs of societies that rose and fell like the tides. The Julian calendar, introduced by Julius Caesar in 45 BC, directly linked to Saturn's influence, sought to impose order on a chaotic time. With a year of 365.25 days, it was a bold attempt to harmonize the lunar and solar cycles, all while echoing Saturn's enduring presence. Yet, even this new creation was not immune to the tides of change. The centuries that followed saw the rise of the Gregorian calendar, a more refined system that still bore the weight of Saturn's legacy in its design. Each month, with its unique name and character, was a testament to the way humanity sought to tame time, to bend it to their will while knowing that it ultimately remained enigmatic and untouchable. As the modern world emerged, so too did the lingering shadows of Saturn's influence. People began to perceive time not simply as a measure of days and nights, but as a commodity to be bartered, stretched, and manipulated. Hours became rigid, neatly divided into chunks that dictated work and rest, play and obligation. The very essence of how humanity interacted with time shifted, from an organic rhythm to a mechanical clockwork. Yet, even amidst this transformation, the echoes of Saturn's essence remained, a reminder that time can never truly be grasped. Within the bustling streets of contemporary cities, the heartbeat of life is a frantic one. People rush past one another, their faces illuminated by glowing screens that serve as both a lifeline and a chain. Each tick of the clock seems to whisper Saturn's name, a subtle reminder of the weight of the past and the fleeting nature of the present. The rituals of time, once deeply woven into the fabric of society, find themselves overshadowed by the relentless march of progress. But beneath this veneer of modernity, the ancient wisdom of Saturn persists. Festivals still celebrate the turn of the seasons, albeit in different forms, reminding humanity of the cyclical nature of life. The new year, with its promises of renewal, still carries the spirit of Saturn, inviting reflection on the year that has passed and the one yet to come. The essence of the past lingers in these moments, a bittersweet reminder that time, like Saturn himself, is both creator and destroyer. In the quiet corners of libraries and the pages of ancient texts, stories of Saturn and his dominion over time await those willing to listen. Scholars and dreamers, artists and philosophers, are all drawn to the magnetic pull of his legacy, seeking to unravel the mysteries of existence through the lens of this ancient deity. They ponder how Saturn, the god who could devour his own progeny, still holds a place in the hearts of humanity, bridging the gap between ancient beliefs and modern realities. Even as generations pass, the questions linger. What does it mean to live under the gaze of Saturn? How does one find meaning in the relentless ticking of the clock? The answers, it seems, lie in the delicate balance between embracing the present while honoring the past, a dance that Saturn has been guiding since time immemorial. As the sun sets, casting long shadows that stretch across the earth, Saturn's presence becomes a gentle reminder of life's impermanence. The night beckons with the promise of stars, each one a silent witness to the passage of time, a shimmering testament to the God who governs it all. And in this moment, as the world holds its breath, the story of Saturn continues, intertwining with the threads of humanity, never quite finished, always beckoning for the next chapter to unfold. In a world where the winds whispered secrets of life and death, Proserpina stood at the crossroads of two realms, a delicate balance between the vibrant bloom of spring and the dark, cold silence of winter. The air shimmered with the scent of fresh blossoms, and the sky, a brilliant blue canvas, seemed to beckon all living things to awaken. Yet, beneath this beauty lay the shadow of her story, a tale woven with threads of joy and sorrow, light and darkness. Proserpina, daughter of Ceres, the goddess of agriculture, was as radiant as the sun that warmed the earth. Her laughter echoed through fields bursting with life, filling hearts with hope. Farmers prayed to her, believing that her presence brought fertility to their crops. She danced through meadows, her feet barely touching the ground, her golden hair flowing like wheat swaying in the wind. With every step, flowers bloomed, and nature celebrated her existence. But in the depths of the earth, a darker force stirred, one that would forever change the course of her life. One fateful day, as Proserpina picked flowers near a lake, The ground trembled, and from the shadows emerged Hades, the god of the underworld. His eyes, as dark as night, held an intensity that captivated her. He reached out, his hand extending like a promise wrapped in temptation. She hesitated, overwhelmed by the thrill and fear of the unknown. The flowers she held wilted in her grasp, their colors fading as the sun hid behind gathering clouds. In an instant, the tranquil world of spring shattered. Hades, driven by desire, abducted her into the depths of his kingdom, where no sunlight could reach. The vibrant colors of her life faded, replaced by the cold, stark shadows of the underworld. Proserpina's cries echoed through the caverns, a haunting melody that stirred the hearts of those left behind. Ceres, sensing the loss of her beloved daughter, plunged into despair, her heart as barren as the winter landscape that followed. As Ceres searched relentlessly, the earth began to wither. Crops failed, and the once bustling fields turned to dust. People mourned, their spirits dampened by the absence of spring. The world felt as if it were holding its breath, waiting for the return of light and life. It was a time of sorrow that seemed endless, a poignant reminder of the fragility of joy. In the underworld, Proserpina's spirit flickered like a candle in the wind. Hades, though a fearsome ruler, found himself enchanted by her resilience. In the dimly lit halls of his domain, she began to discover a strength she never knew she possessed. Conversations turned to companionship, and amid the despair, moments of laughter flickered like distant stars. But even in the embrace of her captor, a longing for the sunlit world tugged at her heart. Ceres's grief reached the heavens, causing the gods to take notice. They witnessed the devastation on Earth and understood that Proserpina's fate hung in a delicate balance. In a council of divine beings, they pondered the duality of life and death, spring and winter. They debated the fate of the goddess, each voice echoing with the weight of history and emotion. A decision loomed, one that would alter the very fabric of existence. At last, a resolution was reached. Proserpina would be allowed to return to the surface, but only for half the year. The other half she would spend with Hades, ruling the underworld by his side. The cycle of life and death, of spring and winter, would begin anew, a rhythm that mirrored the heartbeat of the earth itself. As Proserpina ascended from the shadows, sunlight enveloped her like a warm embrace. The flowers bloomed once more, their colors vibrant and alive, welcoming her back to the world she had left behind. Ceres's joy was palpable, her tears mingling with laughter as she cradled her daughter, the bond between them unbreakable. But with every petal that opened, a bittersweet awareness lingered, a reminder that as light returned, darkness awaited. In the months that followed, Proserpina flourished, her presence a vivid reminder of hope and renewal. People celebrated her return with festivals that honored the cycle she embodied. Bonfires blazed, and music filled the air, a vibrant tapestry of life woven together by love and longing. Children danced in the golden fields, their laughter ringing like the sweetest melody. Yet, as the days grew shorter and autumn leaves began to fall, the weight of her impending departure bore down on her like a winter's chill. Proserpina felt the pull of the underworld, a dark whisper that grew louder with each passing day. She stood on the threshold of two worlds, and the thought of leaving behind the joy she had found filled her with an aching sadness. The night before her descent back into darkness, she wandered through the fields, the moon casting a silvery glow on the dew-kissed grass. Each blade shimmered like a tiny star, reflecting her turmoil. She thought of her mother, the love that had driven Ceres to the edge of despair, and her heart ached with the knowledge of what was to come. The earth, so vibrant and alive, would soon fall silent, waiting for her return. As she knelt in the grass, she whispered promises to the flowers, pledging to return when spring whispered her name once more. The air thickened with emotion, and for a moment, everything stood still, the world holding its breath, teetering on the brink of change. At dawn, Proserpina would find herself stepping through shadows once again, the delicate balance of life and death hanging in the air like a fragile thread, connecting the realms in a dance as old as time. And as she prepared to leave, A single tear fell, glimmering in the light, a sign of the love that transcended both worlds, as eternal as the seasons themselves. In the quiet whispers of a moonlit night, stories of a powerful hero echo through the ages. A child sits wide-eyed, enchanted by the tales of Hercules, a man whose strength was rivaled only by his heart. Legends tell of his impossible feats, each one steeped in sweat, blood, and an indomitable spirit that refused to bow to adversity. Every retelling is charged with emotion, each word a pulse of both triumph and trial. Hercules was not merely a figure of myth. He was a symbol of hope, a testament to the enduring power of perseverance. Born under a shroud of destiny, Hercules faced challenges that would crush the spirit of any ordinary man. From the moment he took his first breath, the gods seemed to conspire against him. His strength, unmatched yet burdened by a tragic flaw, set him on a path crowded with obstacles. Yet, it was precisely these struggles that shaped him into a beacon of resilience. The weight of his trials forged a man who would inspire countless generations to rise against their own demons. His 12 labors stand as monumental pillars in the tapestry of his legacy. Each task was a monumental battle against not just beasts and monsters, but against despair and doubt. When he faced the Nemean lion, its impenetrable hide seemed an insurmountable barrier. But Hercules, with a heart pounding with determination, did not yield. He used his own strength to wrestle the beast, grappling its sheer power with his will. Through sheer grit, he emerged victorious, not just over a lion, but over the very fears that threatened to ensnare him. That moment, that fierce struggle, brought forth the realization that true strength lies not only in the muscles but in the spirit's relentless fight against the odds. As he moved from the Lernaean Hydra, with its many heads, to the Ceryneian Hind, each labor became a tapestry woven with lessons of perseverance. The Hydra, with its vicious, regenerating heads, was a metaphor for the struggles many face. When one problem is vanquished, another can sprout up, seemingly multiplying the burden. Hercules learned, as he battled the creature, that real courage is the ability to keep fighting, even when the outcome seems bleak. By burning the stumps of the heads, he symbolized the power of innovation and adaptability in the face of adversity. With each victory, emotions swirled: pride, pain, and the agony of loss. Hercules was not immune to suffering. He carried the weight of his failures as heavily as his triumphs. The moment he lost his beloved Megara to the madness inflicted by Hera, he felt a loss that echoed through his very soul. That agony transformed into a driving force, pushing him to overcome himself, to strive for redemption. In those darkest hours, he became a figure not just of strength, but of profound vulnerability. It is this duality, strength intertwined with fragility, that resonates through ages, reminding us that heroes are not devoid of emotion. They embody it. Hercules' story traveled through the winds of history, reaching far beyond the shores of Greece. His influence sparked the imaginations of many warriors, poets, and philosophers. He became a guiding light for those who faced their own trials. In the Roman arenas, gladiators would chant his name, drawing courage from the myth of Hercules. In their hearts, they felt the surge of his strength as they prepared for battle, each believing that within them lay a fragment of this legendary hero. Even in the realm of art and literature, Hercules' legacy flourished. Painters captured his image, muscles taut, eyes blazing with the fire of determination. Poets penned verses that echoed his name, intertwining his feats with human experience, striking chords of empathy and resilience. The stories whispered of what it means to fight against the odds, to carry the weight of the world yet remain unbroken. Each artistic representation was a reminder that Hercules was not just a myth. He was a living, breathing embodiment of hope. The tale of Hercules sparked a flame in the hearts of countless individuals throughout history. In times of war, soldiers would look to his example for fortitude amidst the chaos. The strength he demonstrated on the battlefield became a guiding mantra for those who felt the weight of impending doom. His legacy became an anchor, a reminder that courage resides not just in mighty strength, but in the heart's unwavering resolve to keep moving forward, irrespective of the challenges faced. And then there were those who sought solace in his story during personal struggles. A single mother in ancient times, laboring to provide for her children, would whisper his name as she faced the trials of her day. A young child, teased for their differences, would find comfort in Hercules' battles, seeing in him the reflection of their own courage. His influence stretched beyond mere physical prowess. It became a lifeline, a beacon guiding souls through their darkest moments. Hercules, the hero whose journeys were marked by both triumph and heartache, transcended the boundaries of time. He embodied the essence of strength and perseverance, weaving a narrative that would echo through centuries. Each story told, each lesson learned, became a thread in the vast tapestry of human experience. His influence rippled through history, igniting sparks of courage that lit the way for those who dared to face their own monsters, both within and without. As the tales of Hercules continued to be spun, the electric pulse of his legacy intertwined with the lives of others. Emerging from every struggle, the spirit of Hercules beckoned to those who dared to dream, reminding them that within their own hearts lay the power to overcome anything. The night sky, filled with stars, became a witness to his everlasting influence, each twinkle a promise that strength and perseverance could conquer even the darkest of nights. And thus, the story of Hercules didn't merely end. It surged forward, intertwining with the narratives of countless souls, forever igniting the fires of resilience, urging them on, always onward. The sun dipped low, casting a golden hue across the ancient Greek landscape, where a figure, tall and imposing, stirred in the shadows. Clad in a flowing robe, he carried a staff entwined with serpents, an emblem of both wisdom and healing. His name whispered on the lips of the desperate and the dying. Asclepius, the god of healing. To the people of antiquity, he was a beacon of hope, a divine doctor who walked among them, wielding powers that transcended ordinary human capability. Asclepius was not just a myth. He was a symbol of the very essence of life, restoration, and the pursuit of health. Tales of his miraculous abilities spread like wildfire, igniting a fervor that reached the far corners of the ancient world. The sick would travel great distances, bedraggled and weary, to reach the sacred temples dedicated to him, known as Asclepius sanctuaries or Asclepia. These were not mere places of worship. They were bustling centers of healing, where the air was thick with the scent of herbs and the soft murmurs of prayer mingled with the sounds of nature. Inside these sanctuaries, the walls were adorned with vibrant frescoes and sculptures depicting the god's exploits, his hands reaching out to the sick, imparting health with a mere touch. Patients believed that through their faith, Asclepius could mend bones, cure fevers, and even bring the dead back to life. It was here, in the flickering candlelight, that the sick lay atop healing beds, hoping for a vision, a dream, or a sign that they would rise once more. Among the throngs of desperate souls, there was a young woman named Callista, whose life hung by a thread. Stricken with a debilitating illness, her body felt like a mere shadow of what it once was. Her family brought her to the sanctuary, their eyes filled with fear and hope, praying for a miracle. As she lay in the sacred hall, she felt the cool touch of a serpent slithering across her arm, a symbol of Asclepius himself. It wasn't just a creature of the earth. It was a channel of divine energy, a herald of healing. That night, in the depths of her feverish dreams, Asclepius appeared, his eyes glowing with compassion. He whispered words of comfort, promising her that life would return to her weary body. With each breath, she felt vitality seeping back into her bones. The next morning, she awoke, not just alive but filled with a strength she thought lost forever. The miracle of Asclepius had transformed despair into hope. As the tales of Asclepius grew, so did the practice of medicine. His teachings were passed down through generations, intertwining with the knowledge of herbal remedies, surgical techniques, and the philosophy of caring for the sick. His daughters, Hygeia and Panacea, became symbols in their own right, representing health and universal remedy, respectively. Together, they formed a triad of healing that echoed through the ages, inspiring not just the ancient Greeks but civilizations far and wide. In Alexandria, a city that thrived on knowledge, the seeds of medicine took root. Scholars gathered, drawn by the wisdom of Asclepius, eager to learn the secrets of healing. They studied botany, anatomy, and the stars, believing that understanding the cosmos was essential to understanding the human body. The great physician Hippocrates, often hailed as the father of medicine, carried the ethos of Asclepius into his practice, emphasizing the importance of observation and ethics in healing. His oath, a pledge to care for the sick, was a tribute to that divine figure who had shown the way. But the legacy of Asclepius was not confined to the pages of history. It soared into the modern world, where the spirit of healing continues to thrive. The caduceus, a staff with two serpents entwined, is now a symbol recognized globally in the medical field, a silent homage to the ancient god who inspired countless healers and practitioners. Hospitals and clinics, spaces once filled with trepidation, have become sanctuaries of hope, echoing the ancient Asclepia where healing still takes place under the watchful eyes of dedicated caregivers. As technology advances, the essence of Asclepius remains intact. Doctors today, armed with knowledge and compassion, echo his spirit. They are the modern-day priests of healing, using both science and soul to mend the broken and comfort the afflicted. In the sterile environments of hospitals, fluorescent lights hum with the energy of life as nurses glide silently, their hands gentle and reassuring, much like the touch of Asclepius himself. Yet, amid the marvels of modern medicine, the human connection remains vital. When patients enter the hospital, they carry with them fears and sorrows that can't be cured by medicine alone. They seek not just treatment for their ailments but also the warmth of compassion, the understanding that they are not alone in their battle. Doctors listen intently to their stories, drawing strength from the emotional connection, just as the ancients sought comfort in the presence of Asclepius. The journey of healing is still as profound and mysterious as it was in the ancient days. As scientists delve into the complexities of the human brain and the intricacies of the immune system, they find themselves standing on the shoulders of giants, on the pillars built by Asclepius and his followers, who understood that healing is as much about the heart as it is about the body. As the sun sets behind the horizon, painting the world in hues of orange and pink, the legacy of Asclepius lives on. The whispers of hope continue to flow through the corridors of hospitals and clinics, where each heartbeat resonates with the promise of healing, a promise that began with a god who walked among mortals, wielding the power of life itself. In a dimly lit studio, a painter stood before a blank canvas, brushes poised like soldiers waiting for the command to charge. The silence was deafening, yet within it lay the pulse of 1,000 untold stories, waiting for the spark to ignite. Outside, the world bustled with life, but inside, time seemed to hang in suspension, as if even the clock dared not interrupt this sacred moment. The painter's heart raced, a symphony of emotions swirling within: fear, hope, and an insatiable hunger for creation. Then, as if summoned by sheer will, a whisper brushed against the back of their mind. A name, a sensation, a presence, both ancient and timeless. Calliope, the muse of epic poetry. For centuries, the muses have been more than mere figures in dusty mythological tomes. They are the very essence of inspiration that flows through artists, writers, and musicians. Each muse, a goddess in her own right, embodies a unique aspect of creativity, weaving her influence through the fabric of human expression. Clio, the muse of history, whispers tales of the past, igniting the imagination to reconstruct the echoes of time. Erato, with her enchanting melodies, enchants songwriters, urging them to pour their souls into lyrics that resonate with love and longing. Consider how the ancients revered these divine beings. The Greeks built temples in their honor, calling upon them in moments of artistic need. Poets would recite their verses, hoping to attract the muses' favor, while sculptors would stand in awe, seeking the spark that could transform a block of stone into a living figure. Even the great philosophers acknowledged the muses, recognizing their vital role in the pursuit of knowledge and understanding. As the painter's brush finally touched the canvas, an electric sensation coursed through their veins, a connection to Calliope, to the centuries of artists who had come before, and to those who would follow. The colors flowed, each stroke a conversation with the divine, a dance between mortal hands and celestial guidance. In this moment, they were not just an individual. They were a vessel of a lineage, a conduit for the Muses' timeless energy. Yet, the journey of the Muses did not halt with the ancients. No, they persist, ever present in today's world, influencing the vibrant spectrum of modern art. A musician in a crowded coffee shop hears a haunting melody that refuses to leave his mind. It's as if Orpheus himself whispered the notes into his ear, urging him to translate the ethereal into sound, to capture the ineffable. With every note he plays, he feels the presence of Euterpe, the muse of music, guiding his fingers over the strings, breathing life into the air around him. Even in the realm of digital art, where pixels replace paint, the Muses adapt and thrive. A young designer, tethered to her screen, finds herself staring at an endless array of colors, shapes, and patterns. Frustration looms, but then, suddenly, she feels a flicker of inspiration. A vision of a vibrant world filled with textures and harmony. It's as if Polyhymnia, the muse of sacred poetry, reaches out, whispering secrets of balance and beauty. Her heart races as she channels this divine energy. Each click in creation, a tribute to the Muses who came before. In the corridors of literature, the Muses weave their magic as well. An author, grappling with the weight of writer's block, stares at an empty page, feeling the shadows of doubt creep in. Just when despair threatens to swallow him whole, a phrase dances in his mind, echoing the words of past literary giants. It's as if the spirit of Talia, the muse of comedy, and Melpomene, the muse of tragedy, are locked in a playful debate within him, igniting a fire of creativity that spills forth in laughter and tears. Each word penned becomes a testament to the timeless connection between the artist and the divine. The Muses, with their rich tapestry of influence, do not discriminate. They visit the seasoned artists and the budding creators alike, weaving threads of inspiration that connect generations. An aspiring filmmaker, with a camera in hand, finds himself lost in a moment that demands to be captured. A fleeting glance, a soft smile, the tender touch of a loved one. In that instant, he feels the presence of Urania, the muse of astronomy, guiding his lens to capture not just the scene but the very soul of existence. His heart swells as he realizes that he is part of a continuum, drawing from the well of inspiration that has flowed through humanity for eons. As the sun sets, casting a golden hue across the horizon, the world transforms. In urban streets and quiet corners, the pulse of creativity beats strong. Dancers leap and twirl under the stars, their movements echoing the influence of Terpsichore, the muse of dance, guiding them in a rhythm that transcends time. Writers gather in cozy nooks, sharing stories that weave the fabric of shared human experience, each word a tribute to the Muses who inspire them. But this is not merely history etched in stone. It is a living, breathing phenomenon that pushes forward. The Muses are adaptable, embracing the changing landscape of creativity with open arms. In virtual spaces, they find new platforms. Influencers on social media, artists painting on digital canvases, and musicians creating beats that ripple across the globe. They are all touched by the Muses' hands, their work a vibrant extension of the ancient legacy. And so, the painter, the musician, the writer, and all who create stand at the precipice of a world pulsating with inspiration, driven by the Muses who urge them onward, filling the air with whispers of creativity. The canvas waits, the melody lingers, the words yearn to flow. In the shadows, Calliope, Clio, Erato, and their divine sisters watch over this generation, their essence imbued in every brushstroke, every note, every word written. The connection between past and present, the artist and the divine, is a loop that spirals endlessly, fueling creativity with every heartbeat. And as the world spins on, the Muses remain ever present, eternally guiding, always inspiring. Cupid stood at the edge of a great sun-soaked meadow, his tiny bow gleaming under the gentle caress of the afternoon light. The air buzzed with laughter and whispers of love, a symphony of hearts drawn together in an invisible dance. This was not just a field. It was a sacred stage where the stories of countless lovers unfolded, each thread woven by his delicate arrows. The little god, described in ancient poetry as a mischievous child with wings, had an uncanny ability to ignite the flames of desire. But beneath his playful exterior lay a history steeped in passion, heartbreak, and a longing that transcended time. In the days of old, Cupid was known as Eros in Greek mythology. He was the son of Aphrodite, the goddess of love, and Ares, the god of war, an unexpected union that embodied the conflicting nature of love itself. The ancient Romans adopted him, dubbing him Cupid, a name that has since become synonymous with romance. He was often depicted as a cherubic figure, his innocent face contrasting sharply with the profound emotions he stirred. But to see him only as a playful child would be to overlook the depths of his influence on human hearts. Throughout history, Cupid's arrows have been more than mere symbols of love. They represented the unpredictable nature of desire. In one moment, a single arrow could unite two souls in blissful harmony. In the next, it could drive a wedge between lovers, igniting jealousy and heartache. His presence was felt in the poetry of the ages. Greats like Shakespeare and Petrarch drew upon his essence, illustrating the complexities of love that spun laughter and tragedy into a single narrative. Those who were struck by Cupid's arrow experienced an irresistible pull, often leading them to the heights of joy and depths of despair, showcasing the duality of love. Fast forward to the present day, and Cupid's imagery still reigns supreme. Valentine's Day, with its red roses and heart-shaped chocolates, is a modern homage to the ancient god. Yet, the essence of love has transformed. Today, love is celebrated in myriad forms, yet the core emotion remains the same, an untamed force that binds hearts. Social media platforms overflow with declarations of love, or the stark absence of it. A simple like becomes a heartfelt acknowledgement, a digital arrow piercing the heart of an admirer. Yet, behind every Instagram post showcasing couple goals lies an undercurrent of pressure, a yearning to achieve a perfect love that seems to flit just out of reach. Cupid, once a symbol of genuine affection, has become a paradox, a reminder that the ideal of love often collides with the harshness of reality. The feelings of euphoria are intertwined with anxiety, as many navigate the terrain of modern romance, each seeking their own arrow of desire amidst the noise. In the realm of literature and film, Cupid's legacy is further twisted and reshaped. Authors craft narratives that explore not only romantic love, but also the bonds of friendship, familial ties, and self-love. The god of desire is now an emblem of all facets of human connection. In the pages of a novel, characters grapple with their emotions, their lives laden with the weight of Cupid's influence. The stories are raw, often revealing the bittersweet nature of longing and the fragility of relationships. To be touched by Cupid's arrow is no longer limited to the gentle pangs of romance. It encompasses a broader spectrum of emotions, illuminating the many ways love can manifest. The art world, too, pays homage to Cupid, albeit with a contemporary twist. Artists reinterpret his image, sometimes portraying him as a complex figure wrestling with the very forces he commands. In vibrant canvases, his figure can be seen grappling with love's contradictions, joy and pain, hope and despair. Each brushstroke tells a story, echoing the sentiments of those navigating the often tumultuous seas of affection. Can love truly conquer all? Or does it simply reveal the vulnerabilities that lie beneath the surface? The questions linger, resonating deeply in the hearts of those who gaze upon these works. In the bustling streets of modern cities, Cupid's influence can be felt in the air. Couples stroll hand in hand, eyes sparkling with the thrill of new love, while others sit alone, scrolling through memories of past connections. The world buzzes with unspoken stories, loves lost and found, glances exchanged in crowded cafes, and the intoxicating scent of potential romance lingering in the air. Each encounter holds the promise of desire, a whisper of Cupid's touch reminding everyone of what it means to want, to yearn. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the meadow where Cupid once roamed freely, the delicate threads of love continued to weave their intricate patterns. The laughter echoed, the hearts beat in unison, and the arrows flew, marking the lives of those ensnared in love's embrace. The god of desire, ever present, continued to play his game, a silent witness to humanity's most profound emotions. As the night fell, the stars twinkled above, each one a reminder that love, like Cupid, was immortal, an eternal dance that would forever bind souls together, even when shadows loomed. In the whispering woods, where sunlight danced upon the leaves and a gentle breeze sang ancient songs, Pan played his flute. The sound flowed through the trees, wrapping around roots that had anchored for centuries, inviting animals to pause and listen. Each note was a heartbeat of the earth, a reminder of the beauty of nature and the delicate threads connecting all living things. Those who wandered close found themselves entranced, their worries slipping away like water through fingers, leaving only the joy of existence in its purest form. In the thicket, shadows moved with joyful abandon. Creatures large and small swayed to Pan's melody. Rabbits stopped munching on clover, deer raised their heads from the underbrush, and even the tiniest of insects seemed to dance in time with the rhythm of the world. He was not just a god. He was the embodiment of nature itself, a wild spirit who breathed life into every blade of grass and every rustling leaf. His laughter echoed through the forest, a sound both full of mischief and warmth, reminding all who heard it that they were part of something greater. Yet, the air was thick with a tension that caused the animals to glance nervously at the sky. Dark clouds were gathering in the distance, casting a shadow over the vibrant greens and browns of the forest. The scent of rain mixed with the rich earthiness of fallen leaves. But it was not just the coming storm that worried Pan. It was the encroachment of men, with their machines and their fires, threatening to silence the songs of the woods. Long ago, Pan had confronted the very same danger. The stories told of how he had once rallied the woodland creatures, calling upon the strength of the forest to protect their home. With the strength of 1,000 voices, they had fought back against the axes and the flames that sought to claim their sanctuary. In those moments of desperation, Pan had transformed, his horns twisting higher into the sky, his body merging with the very essence of the woods. He became a force of nature, a whirlwind of fury and passion, chasing away the invaders until the earth could breathe freely again. But the legends had faded, and the songs had softened. Humans had learned to worship their own creations, forgetting the melodies that once filled the air. They built their cities, sprawling and loud, drowning out the whispers of the forest with concrete and steel. Yet deep within their hearts, a flicker remained, a longing for the peace that only nature could provide. Pan sensed this longing, felt it in the tremors of the ground beneath his hooves. As the storm approached, the animals gathered around Pan, their eyes wide with fear and hope. Squirrels scampered up to him, their tiny paws trembling. Foxes sat close, ears perked, while birds flitted above, their wings like whispers of encouragement. They knew that Pan had always been their protector, the one who would never let darkness swallow the light of the forest. He raised his flute to his lips once more, filling the air with a melody steeped in ancient power. The notes shimmered like sunlight on water, resonating with the heartbeats of all the creatures that called this place home. The clouds gathered heavier, and the first drops of rain fell, harsh and cold. But Pan was undeterred. He played on, his music weaving through the storm, calling upon the very forces of nature. Wind howled and trees swayed, responding to his call. The thunder clapped in rhythm, a deep drumbeat to his symphony. Animals joined in, howls and chirps blending into a chorus that rose high above the chaos. And then, in a moment of perfect harmony, the storm broke. Lightning illuminated the forest, stark and brilliant, revealing Pan's figure as he danced through the downpour, a wild spirit of nature fierce against the elements. The animals felt a surge of courage, emboldened by the raw power of their god. Together, they charged towards the encroaching darkness that threatened to engulf their home. But even in their strength, they could feel the weight of humanity's indifference, the scars etched deep within the earth. They saw the remnants of abandoned fields, rivers choked with waste, and trees that had once stood tall reduced to mere stumps. In those moments, Pan's heart ached. He could feel the pain of the earth, the cries of the creatures who had lost their homes, their families, their songs. A fierce determination ignited within him. "This is not the end," he roared, his voice cracking the skies. "We will rise. We will remind them." The animals, emboldened by his resolve, surged forward, their hearts beating as one. They would not back down. They would fight for their sanctuary. The ground trembled as they approached the edge of the forest, where chainsaws whirred and machines growled, cutting through the silence like a knife. Panic fluttered in the hearts of the workers, confusion flashing across their faces as they caught sight of the furious tide of nature rushing towards them. Trees seemed to sway to life, roots breaking the surface as if the very earth was rising up to reclaim what was taken from it. With one last breath, Pan lifted his flute to the heavens, playing a final, haunting note that resonated through the chaos. His music pierced the hearts of the workers, awakening something deep within them, a memory of a time when they too had roamed the wild, when their laughter echoed through the trees and the scent of fresh earth filled their lungs. They paused, the sound washing over them, and in that instant, a choice hung in the air, heavy with the weight of consequence. Would they continue to destroy, or would they remember the beauty of what they had lost? The forest held its breath, waiting for a sign, even as the rain fell harder, blurring the lines between earth and sky, man and nature. The animals and Pan stood at the edge of the world, teetering between fear and hope, knowing that the outcome would shape not only their fate, but the very essence of the planet itself. In the flickering shadows of a moonlit night, a soft whisper skated across the surface of a still lake, ruffling the water's mirror-like sheen. Beneath its calm exterior, turmoil brewed, waiting for the spark that would unleash a torrent of emotions. This was the world of Eris, the goddess of strife, a figure both feared and revered in ancient lore. Her presence, a chilling reminder that conflict was never far from humanity, ignited the hearts of mortals and gods alike. Eris was not merely a source of chaos. She was a force that wove through the very fabric of existence, pushing people to confront their differences and ultimately find resolution. In her gaze lay the thrill and terror of discord, a duality that made her both an adversary and an ally. Those who crossed her path felt the bracing chill of her influence, an uneasy sensation creeping up their spines, hinting at the inevitable clash of wills. Historians spoke of the legendary tale of the golden apple, that fateful gift tossed into the midst of divine company during a wedding feast among the gods. For the fairest, it read, igniting a rivalry that spiraled into a conflict that would see nations torn apart and lives upended. This was the power of Eris. Her simple act of sowing discord unleashed a tempest that changed the course of history. The seeds planted during that banquet of the gods led to the Trojan War, a conflict that echoed through time, reminding mortals of the cost of pride and envy. But within this chaos lay a strange beauty. The war birthed heroes, like Achilles, whose rage became legendary, and Hector, whose bravery became a beacon of hope. Strife pushed them to confront their deepest fears and desires. As the arrows flew and swords clashed, something more profound was at play. Underneath the bloodshed, there was a call for unity, a desperate scramble for peace amid the wreckage. It was in this tumultuous dance of conflict that Eris's true role came to light. She challenged humanity to seek resolution, to understand the importance of empathy, and to mend what was broken. Through her lens, strife wasn't merely destruction. It served as a catalyst for growth. The Greeks understood this duality well, offering prayers to Eris in times of war, seeking her favor not just for victory, but for clarity amidst chaos. Their belief was that through the heat of conflict, truths would emerge, illuminating paths toward reconciliation. Eris, with her unyielding hand, pushed people toward uncomfortable conversations, forcing them to confront their shadows and fears. As the sun set on the battlefield, wounded warriors would find solace in the tales of their fallen brethren. They shared stories, recounting the moments of valor and the tragedies of loss. In these gatherings, the spirit of Eris was palpably felt. The laughter mingled with tears, creating a symphony of emotions that transcended the need for vengeance. Here, they found the strength to forgive, to understand that every conflict bore the potential for healing. Through centuries, her influence persisted. In the heat of political strife, leaders would invoke the goddess's name, acknowledging that even in conflict, there lay a chance for dialogue. The irony was not lost on them. The very strife that threatened to tear them apart could also forge new alliances. It was a delicate balance of power, and humanity danced on the edge of that precipice, teetering between destruction and resolution. Eris's presence often seeped into the cracks of friendships, igniting jealousy and suspicion. But in every fissure, there was a doorway to understanding. Those brave enough to face their demons often emerged stronger, their bonds forged anew in the fires of honesty. The goddess's touch was not always gentle. Sometimes, it felt like a storm crashing through the calm. But from that storm, communities found their voices. They rallied together, united not just in their struggles, but in their shared humanity. In the throes of despair, when families were torn apart and hearts turned to stone, the lessons of Eris echoed through time. The embrace of strife was a call to action, to listen, to heal, and to uplift. It was a reminder that even in the darkest of nights, where discord reigned supreme, a flicker of hope could ignite the spark of resolution. Cities once ravaged by war often rose anew, their foundations strengthened by the very struggles that once threatened to destroy them. In every broken piece, there was a chance to create something beautiful, to build bridges where walls once stood. Eris, the enigmatic goddess, had woven her essence into the narrative of humanity, urging each person to seek the light amidst the darkness. The tales of Eris were passed down through generations, a powerful testament to the transformative nature of conflict. In every corner of the world, her legacy lingered, whispering in the ears of those grappling with strife. The knowledge that resolution could arise from chaos gave people the courage to face their battles. As nations clashed and friendships faltered, the spirit of Eris remained, an ever-present reminder that the path to understanding often lay through the fires of discord. In the quiet moments of reflection, when the world paused to take a breath, the influence of Eris was felt most profoundly. It was in the shared silences where hearts began to mend. The goddess's lessons echoed in the laughter of children playing together, in families reuniting after estrangement, and in communities coming together to build a brighter future. The cycle of conflict and resolution was unbroken, an eternal dance that continued to shape the world, intertwining lives and experiences in ways that transcended time itself. Eris, the goddess of strife, stood as a testament to humanity's resilience, an eternal reminder that within the chaos, there always lay the seeds of hope. Her presence was palpable in the struggles of mortals, a guiding force pushing them toward connection and understanding, ensuring that even in the darkest of times, they never truly walked alone. The soft glow of the evening sun cast long shadows across the modest Roman home, where laughter mingled with the aroma of cooked lentils and herbs. In the corner, a small altar stood adorned with offerings of fruits, bread, and tiny figurines. These were not just trinkets. They were the Laras and Penates, the household gods who protected families and ensured their prosperity. For the family gathered around the table, these guardians weren't mere relics of a distant past. They were vibrant, palpable forces shaping their daily lives. Each evening, as twilight descended, the head of the household would pause, bowing his head in silent reverence before the altar. He whispered words of gratitude, believing that the Laras watched over them, weaving his family's fates into the very fabric of the universe. His heart swelled at the thought that these ancient spirits, once celebrated by his ancestors, still resonated in every meal shared, every tear shed, and every laughter that echoed through the walls. The Laras were the spirits of ancestors, protectors of the home, while the Penates safeguarded the family's provisions. This was a sacred duo, embodying both memory and sustenance, and their presence infused the home with warmth and security. During festivals, families would gather to honor these deities, lighting candles and offering prayers, a ritual that brought everybody together, reinforcing bonds that spanned generations. The stories of bravery, love, and loss whispered in those moments reminded them that they were not alone in their struggles. As the family feasted, their spirits lifted by the simple joys of togetherness, a sudden gust of wind rattled the shutters. The children giggled, believing it an omen from their guardians, a playful breeze sent by the Laras to remind them of their steadfast presence. The laughter faded into a hushed awe, for in that moment, they felt the weight of history pressing upon them. A connection to those who had come before, who had also gathered in homes much like this one, under the watchful eyes of their own Laras and Penates. This bond, forged through rituals and shared meals, highlighted the very essence of family values that transcended time. In a world that churned with uncertainty and change, those household gods anchored their beliefs, reminding them that love, loyalty, and protection were timeless virtues. The stories of their ancestors echoed through every meal, woven into the fabric of their lives, creating a tapestry of emotions that filled the air. Yet not all was serene. Outside, the bustling streets of Rome echoed with the clamor of an empire on the brink of transformation. There were whispers of unrest, of families torn apart by war and politics. The Laras, once secure in their sanctuaries, faced new challenges as the fabric of society began to fray. The family felt this tension. It seeped into their conversations, casting shadows over their shared meals. Fear of loss danced in the air, a chilling reminder that the world beyond their walls could disrupt the delicate balance they had built around their hearth. One evening, during a particularly heated discussion about the future, the father's voice trembled with the weight of uncertainty. "What if we lose everything?" he murmured, his gaze flickering toward the altar. The children's laughter turned to silence, their wide eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight. They sensed the gravity of his words, the threat looming just outside their door. In that moment, the Laras and Penates seemed to glow brighter, urging them to remember their roots, to cling fiercely to the love that had always defined their family. With a renewed determination, the mother stood, her voice steady and strong. "We must honor our traditions, for they are the foundation of who we are. The Laras will protect us so long as we remain united. We can face whatever comes, together." Her words wrapped around them like a warm embrace, igniting a fire within their hearts. They gathered closer, hands intertwining as they shared a vow, an unspoken promise to uphold their values and protect one another against the vastness of the unknown. In the days that followed, the household gods became more than just figures on an altar. They transformed into symbols of resilience. The family invested in their traditions with fervor, creating new rituals, celebrating small victories, and honoring their shared struggles. When the father found work on a construction site, he returned home each evening with tales of his day, recounting the camaraderie he found among fellow laborers. They, too, spoke of their Laras, their moments of doubt and hope echoing in harmony. It was a reminder that they were all in this together, each family a thread in the larger tapestry of life. As the seasons changed, the family's bond deepened. They hosted gatherings that celebrated not only their victories but also their vulnerabilities. The children learned to respect their past while dreaming of the future, a delicate balance between the Laras who guided their ancestors and the Penates who nourished their current lives. The altar became a place of storytelling, where laughter and tears flowed freely, where ancient tales breathed life into their present. Yet, darkness lingered outside. The specter of war loomed ever closer, threatening to unravel the threads they had woven so carefully. Each rattling window and distant shout sent shivers down their spines, but as they clung to one another, they felt the steadfast presence of their Laras and Penates. The true test of their values approached, and they braced for the storm. Would their love and unity withstand the tempest? Would the household gods guide them through the chaos? As they gathered around the altar, the flickering candlelight illuminated their determination. A determination as fierce as the bond shared by countless families before them, woven through time, echoing through generations. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue over fields swaying gently in the breeze. The scent of fresh earth mingled with the sweet aroma of blossoms, filling the air with a promise of life. In this very moment, one could almost hear the whispers of an ancient presence, the the spirit of Faunus. As the god of fertility and agriculture, he roamed these lands long ago, a figure wrapped in myth and magic. Today, his spirit lingers on, sewn into the fabric of agriculture, breathing life into every seed and every harvest. In the quiet, a farmer knelt in the soil, fingers digging deep as if trying to unearth secrets buried by time. He felt the pulse of the earth beneath him, a rhythm that echoed the heartbeat of Faunus himself. This connection, a thread woven through generations, linked him to those who had come before. Those who prayed for rain, sought good fortune, and celebrated the cycles of life with offerings and rituals. The farmer's brow furrowed in concentration, but underneath lay a flicker of hope. Each planting season became a dance of faith, trusting that Faunus would bless the land with abundance. As spring unfurled its arms, communities revived ancient festivals that had long been forgotten. The air buzzed with excitement as locals gathered with offerings of fruits and grains, their laughter ringing out like a melody. Colorful banners fluttered overhead, adorned with images of Faunus, his horns peeking out playfully from beneath a wreath of vines. Children ran through the fields, their joy infectious, carrying small baskets filled with wildflowers. They believed that the more flowers they collected, the more Faunus would smile upon their families, ensuring good harvests for years to come. Not far off, a group of elders shared stories around a crackling bonfire. Their voices rose and fell like the flickering flames, recounting tales of how Faunus had once walked among them. His presence felt in the rustle of leaves and the song of birds. They spoke of rituals performed under the full moon, where offerings were made to invite his blessings. Now, those same rituals were revitalized, echoing a longing to reconnect with a time when nature's rhythms dictated the pulse of life. As dusk painted the sky in hues of fiery orange and deep indigo, the young and old came together. They danced in a circle, chanting praises to Faunus, their feet pounding the earth, creating a symphony of unity with the land. Each step was a prayer, resonating with hopes and dreams, calling forth the spirit of the god who nurtured their past and, they believed, still watched over them. It became a sacred moment, a bridge connecting the ancient and the modern, a reminder that every grain of wheat and every budding vine held a story of resilience. In the distance, a storm brewed, dark clouds swirling ominously. A farmer stood at the edge of his field, anxiety gnawing at him as he gazed upward. The stakes were high, the crops were fragile, vulnerable to the whims of nature. The old stories echoed in his mind, tales of Faunus calming storms, protecting the harvests, and ensuring that life continued unabated. With an outstretched hand, he whispered his hopes to the heavens, calling upon the spirit of the god to bring forth rain, not destruction. The winds whipped around him, a fierce dance of nature. Then, as if responding to his plea, the clouds parted. Raindrops began to fall, gentle at first, then building to a steady rhythm. With every drop that kissed the parched land, a sense of relief washed over him. The crops were thirsty, and Faunus was listening. In that moment, gratitude surged within him, intertwining with the very essence of life and growth. The earth was alive, bursting forth with vitality. Night fell, the stars blanketing the sky like diamonds scattered across velvet. In the fields, flickering lanterns illuminated the faces of those who had gathered to give thanks. They encircled a great bonfire, the flames dancing in synchronicity with their stories. The elder's voice, rich with years of wisdom, recounted how Faunus taught them to coexist with nature, to honor her gifts and tread lightly upon her surface. Each word was a reminder that every harvest was a partnership, a give and take between humanity and the divine. As the fire crackled and popped, a young girl stepped forward, holding a handful of seeds. With wide eyes glistening, she spoke of her dream to cultivate a garden that fed not just her family but everyone in her village. The elders nodded, smiles spreading across their weathered faces. They shared tales of how Faunus once walked alongside farmers, teaching them the secrets of the soil, guiding them on how to plant, nurture, and harvest. Her dream felt within reach, a modern echo of an ancient promise. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, rustling the leaves and sending a chill through the gathered crowd. It felt as if Faunus himself was present, a gentle reminder that his legacy thrived in every heart, every seed, every breath of the earth. The villagers stood united, their spirits entwined with the essence of fertility and agriculture, an unbreakable bond that transcended time. They understood that, while Faunus may not appear as he once did, his spirit remained alive in their efforts to honor the land. As the night deepened, the flames flickered dangerously, casting shadows that danced like spirits around them. Laughter and song filled the air, wrapping around them like a warm embrace, but underneath it all, a palpable tension brewed. They were custodians of this earth, each generation tasked with the responsibility of preserving the legacy of Faunus. The stories and traditions passed down were not merely relics of the past. They were lifelines that sustained their future. In that moment, a powerful realization coursed through them. This was not just a celebration of harvests gone by, but a sacred vow to carry forth the teachings of Faunus into the uncertain future. They were the torchbearers of hope, weaving together their dreams and fears, pledging to protect and nurture the land that had given them life. As the fire crackled and the stars twinkled brightly above, Faunus whispered through the wind, a promise renewed. Life would flourish as long as they remembered to honor the earth. In a dimly lit room, shadows danced on the walls, flickering like the whispers of ancient souls. A thread spun from the loom of time intertwined the fates of every person, every choice, echoing through the ages. Here, in this sacred space, the fates' three divine sisters held the delicate strings of destiny in their hands, more powerful than any ruler, more influential than any king. Their names were Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, each embodying a role as vital as the air we breathe. Clotho, the youngest, spun the thread of life, her nimble fingers weaving possibilities with every turn. Each spool she touched was a life waiting to unfurl, rich with potential and bursting with dreams. Some threads shimmered with vibrant colors, representing hope and joy, while others dulled, hinting at despair and struggle. Each twist brought forth new beginnings and unforeseen challenges. As she worked, she sang softly, a melody that resonated through time, knitting together the hopes of countless souls. Lachesis, the middle sister, stood beside her, measuring the thread with a gaze both wise and searching. She was the keeper of time, counting moments that would shape destinies. Her eyes held centuries of stories, tales of love, loss, triumph, and regret. Every inch she marked determined the course of lives yet to be lived. She understood the weight of her task. Decisions made in an instant could echo for generations. With a furtive breath, she glanced at the threads spiraling outwards, each a potential path that swayed under the weight of choice, her heart heavy with the awareness of what lay at the end. Atropos, the eldest, wielded the scissors of fate with a steady hand, her expression unreadable. Her role was the most solemn. She cut the threads, an irreversible act that brought both relief and heartache. The finality of her snip resounded like a thunderclap, reverberating through the lives of those left behind. She bore the burden of her decisions heavily, knowing that each snip marked the end of one story and the beginning of another for those who remained. The pain of her sisters echoed in the silence of the room, an unspoken understanding of the gravity of their roles. In the world outside, the choices of mortals played out like a grand tapestry, vibrant and intricate. People grappled with decisions every day, often unaware of the invisible hands guiding them. The fates watched, their hearts entwined with the lives of those they influenced. A mother choosing to sacrifice her dreams for her children, a young man caught between ambition and love, a couple standing at the edge of commitment. Each choice resonated with cosmic significance. In a bustling city, a young woman named Alara felt the weight of destiny on her shoulders. She stood at a crossroads, her heart racing, as she contemplated a job offer that could change her life. It was a position that promised success but would pull her away from the comfort of her beloved hometown and the friends who had been her support. Clotho sensed Alara's hesitation, her thread shimmering more brightly with every beat of her heart. The possibilities swirled around her like a storm, a fusion of excitement and fear. Meanwhile, Lachesis observed with careful eyes, measuring Elara's moments of doubt. Each second stretched into eternity as the young woman weighed her options, her mind racing through the what-ifs. Would she find happiness in a new city? Or would she long for the familiar laughter of friends gathered around a dinner table? The tension was palpable, a potent mixture of anticipation and dread. Her choices were hers to make, yet the fates knew that every decision could ripple through her life. In another corner of the city, an elderly man named Harold sat in a quiet park, his life's thread nearing its end. He reflected on the choices he had made, some born of courage, others of fear. The memories played like a film in his mind, each moment etched into his heart. Would he have done things differently? A sudden breeze caressed his face, a gentle reminder of Atropos waiting patiently with her scissors, ready to usher him into the next realm. He felt the weight of his life, the love he had given, and the regrets he carried like shadows. As the day wore on, Elara finally made her decision, heart racing as she dialed the number that would change everything. Clotho heard the quickening of her heartbeat, the threads of her choices weaving together in unexpected patterns. This was the moment that would set the course for her future, a moment electrified by both hope and fear. The fates leaned forward, their breaths held in anxious anticipation, each sister attuned to the energy of the choice that was about to unfold. In the deep recesses of their divine realm, the fates felt the tension shift. The air thickened with unspoken words, and time seemed to bend as they watched the world below. Elara's choice would not only reshape her life but resonate through the lives of those she loved. The unseen connections between each individual threaded through history, binding them in ways they could hardly comprehend. What was it, then, that made their roles so profound? The fates knew that they were not just guardians of destiny but mirrors reflecting the choices made by humanity. Each person's path was a thread delicately intertwined with others, creating a vast, complex design of existence. Each choice, a stitch in the fabric of time, resonated with the laughter, tears, and dreams of uncounted souls. And as Elara's voice echoed through the phone, the fates felt the surge of energy. Clotho's fingers twitched with the thrill of new beginnings, Lachesis's measuring tape unwound with anticipation, and Atropos stood ready, scissors poised, knowing that the delicate balance of choices was about to shift yet again. In that moment, history and future collided, a heartbeat away from an inevitable transformation. The world outside continued to spin, lives unfolding, choices igniting passions, fears, and dreams. And in the shadows of fate, the fates remained, eternally woven into the tapestry of time, waiting for the next thread, the next choice, the next story to unravel before their watchful eyes. The ocean waves crashed against the rocky shore, sending sprays of foam high into the air as if the sea itself was trying to communicate a message. A warning, a plea, a call to arms. On that day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting hues of orange and purple across the water, the legend of Triton surged back into consciousness. Triton, the son of Poseidon, was not merely a figure of myth. He was the embodiment of the ocean's voice, the messenger of the sea, and a sentinel of marine conservation. Centuries ago, sailors whispered tales of this majestic creature, half man and half fish, who wielded a conch shell like a trumpet. His sound could calm turbulent waters or summon raging storms, a reflection of the ocean's dual nature. As the ancient Greeks carved stories onto clay tablets and painted murals in grand temples, Triton became a symbol of hope and warning, a reminder of the power and fragility of the world beneath the waves. In their eyes, he was more than just a deity. He was a guardian of the sea, tasked with maintaining its delicate balance. But today, that balance hangs by a thread. The ocean, once teeming with life, is suffocating under the weight of human neglect. Coral reefs, once vibrant ecosystems bursting with color and life, are now bleached skeletons, echoing the heartbreak of lost generations of marine inhabitants. Fish populations dwindle, their cries unheard as they swim through increasingly polluted waters. Plastics swirl like sinister whirlpools, entrapping the very species Triton once protected. In this time of crisis, the legend of Triton becomes a rallying cry for those who care. Imagine a group of passionate ocean advocates standing on the shores, holding signs adorned with images of Triton, demanding action. As the waves lapped at their feet, they conjured the spirit of the sea god, unleashing a wave of emotion that surged through them like an electric current. Triton was not just a figure from the past. He was a living reminder of the responsibility that lies on human shoulders. As they spoke about marine conservation, their voices resonated with urgency, wrapping around the crowd like a warm embrace. For every fish lost, we lose a part of ourselves. One young woman shouted, her eyes glistening with tears. We cannot stand by while the ocean cries out for help. Her words hung in the air, echoing the sentiments of countless generations who had revered the sea. It was in this moment of raw emotion that the spirit of Triton seemed to awaken, stirring the hearts of those gathered, igniting a fervor that could not be quelled. Each story told of the ocean's wonders, the playful dolphins, the majestic sea turtles, the vibrant schools of fish, painted a picture of a world that deserved to be saved. The audience was transported to underwater realms, where sunlight danced through the waves, illuminating a bustling community of creatures relying on one another for survival. With every tale, the specter of Triton loomed larger, guiding the listeners into a shared passion for marine sanctuaries and protected waters. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over the scene, the air thick with emotion, people began to share their dreams of what the oceans could be: pristine, flourishing, full of life. A young boy raised his hand, trembling with excitement, and spoke of a future where he could swim freely among schools of fish, where coral reefs stood tall and vibrant. The others nodded in agreement, feeling the weight of his words sink deep into their hearts. They were no longer just advocates. They were warriors, armed with the legacy of Triton, ready to fight for the very essence of life on Earth. With each passing moment, the urgency grew. Tension hung thick in the air as leaders of the community stepped forward, promising action. Their voices rose in a crescendo, fueled by the spirit of Triton. We will not stand idly by. We will create marine protected areas. We will educate. We will innovate. We will inspire. It was a rallying cry that sent shivers down spines, igniting a fierce determination that resonated deep within the crowd. As night fell, the stars twinkled above like scattered jewels across the dark sky, a silent witness to the resolve taking shape on the shore. In that magical moment, it felt as if Triton himself was listening, his spirit intertwined with the very waves that curled at their feet. The calls for conservation echoed into the night, a promise to the oceans that they would not be forgotten. Yet, amidst the fervor, the gentle hum of the ocean reminded them of its fragility. The waves whispered their secrets, carrying stories of long-lost shipwrecks, sunken treasures, and the struggles of creatures fighting for survival against the tide of pollution. The emotions were overwhelming, a wave of hope and despair crashing together, a reminder that while they stood united, the fight was far from over. The night deepened, revealing the ocean's mysteries, and as people began to disperse, their hearts remained tethered to the spirit of Triton. Underneath the vast expanse of stars, they made silent vows to carry the message of the sea within them, to be its voice when it could not speak. The legend was not just about the past. It was about the future, a call to action, a declaration that the spirit of Triton would endure as long as there were those willing to listen to the ocean's heartbeat. And with that, the waves crashed once more, pulling back to reveal a glimmer of hope shining through the darkness. A beacon for all who cherish the splendor of marine life. The ocean beckoned, and Triton's legacy flowed onward, intertwined with the dreams and determination of those who dared to dream of brighter shores. The tale of Triton, the messenger of the sea, was far from over. It was just beginning. In the dim light of a flickering oil lamp, the air crackled with anticipation. A hush fell over the gathering as the oracle, draped in flowing robes and with wild hair, entered the room. Her eyes sparkled with an otherworldly gleam, hinting at the wisdom of ages past, and the weight of countless souls rested upon her shoulders. She was a Sibyl, the last of her kind, and the whispers of fate danced on her lips. For centuries, Sibyls held an almost mythical status in the ancient world. Their prophecies, delivered in cryptic verses, captivated leaders and commoners alike. It was said that the gods spoke through them, weaving destinies that could change the course of history. From the misty mountains of Delphi to the sacred groves of Cumae, Sibyls were revered and feared, and their words, laden with both hope and dread, echoed through the halls of power. As young girls, these women often ventured into secluded caves or sacred sites, where the intoxicating vapors of the earth would envelop them, transporting them into an altered state of consciousness. In those moments, they became conduits for divine messages. Vision after vision flooded their minds. Fires that burned and cities that crumbled. Victories won in battle and lovers separated by the cruel hands of fate. Each prophecy was a thread, intricately woven into the vast tapestry of human experience. The most famous of these oracles, the Sibyl of Cumae, captured the imagination of Roman leaders. She was summoned by the mighty Tarquin, who sought her counsel on matters of state. Legend has it that she offered him 9 books of prophecies, but the king, disbelieving in their worth, rejected her. Enraged, she burned 3 volumes before his eyes, returning once more to offer the remaining 6 at a price he could barely afford. The Sibyl's wisdom could not be underestimated. Her words seared into the minds of those who dared to listen. As centuries passed, the power of the Sibyls did not fade. Rather, it transformed. Christianity emerged, and with it, Sibyls found themselves at a crossroads. Some were embraced as figures who foretold the coming of Christ, their verses interpreted as divine prophecies. The art of divination shifted, incorporating elements of the Sibyl's cryptic style into new practices. In this new era, they were both revered and marginalized, their once unquestioned authority now mingling with the newly established dogmas of faith. The legacy of the Sibyls endured, echoing through the ages. In the Renaissance, artists such as Michelangelo captured their essence in stunning frescoes, immortalizing them on the ceilings of grand cathedrals. Their haunting gazes and prophetic gestures seemed to reach across time, beckoning viewers to listen. Even as rational thought began to dominate, the allure of divination persisted, feeding the imagination and the spirit of inquiry. Fast forward to today's world, where the echoes of the Sibyls can still be felt in the practices of modern divination. Tarot cards, astrology, and psychic readings draw inspiration from the mystical art of prophecy. People turn to these tools with a blend of hope and desperation, seeking answers in the chaotic swirl of life. Just as the ancient Sibyls once offered visions of fate and fortune, today's practitioners tap into the energy of the universe, channeling messages that resonate with the struggles and triumphs of the human experience. Imagine a crowded room, voices blending into a harmonious murmur. The flicker of candlelight casts shadows on the walls as a fortune-teller shuffles her cards, her fingers deftly working through the deck. She glances at the participants, eyes glinting with knowledge. Each card drawn is akin to a Sibyl's prophecy, rich with potential and laden with meaning. Hope dances in the air as individuals lean forward, eager for a glimpse into their future, longing for reassurance that their choices matter. As the oracle speaks, a hush falls over the audience. Her words, laced with the same intensity once found in ancient verses, weave a narrative that captures the heart. The atmosphere thickens with emotion, a palpable tension as people hear echoes of their own dilemmas within her revelations. The modern Sibyl draws upon the wisdom of the past, channeling it into a language that feels both familiar and profound. These moments are electric. The excitement, the fear, the yearning for clarity. They mirror the gatherings of old, where destinies were shaped by the spoken word. Each person in the room carries the weight of their own hopes and fears, echoing the timeless dance between fate and free will. The legacy of the Sibyls lives on, not just as relics of history, but as vibrant, breathing entities that pulse with life in the present. In quiet corners of cafes and bustling markets, whispers of the Sibyls still resonate. A friend leans in, a deck of tarot cards in hand, sharing a reading that feels eerily accurate. A stranger on the street holds a crystal, eyes closed, seeking a connection to something greater. The energy of the Sibyls lingers in these interactions, a reminder that the quest for understanding is a shared human experience, transcending time and culture. With the rise of social media, the world of divination is more accessible than ever. Influencers share their insights, inspiring a new generation to seek guidance from the stars, the cards, and the very fabric of existence. The spirit of the Sybils dances through hashtags and posts, igniting conversations about fate, intuition, and the mysteries of life. As the flickering lamp casts shadows on the walls, the modern oracle gazes deeply into the eyes of her audience. The threads of past and present intertwine, uniting those who seek answers with the ancient wisdom of the Sybils. The air crackles with potential, and the unbroken line from the oracle's lips to the ears of today's seekers stretches across the ages, binding them in an everlasting quest for truth. With every word spoken, the legacy of the Sybils continues to thrive, a potent reminder that the divine whispers through time, waiting for those willing to listen. In the flickering candlelight of a grand hall, laughter weaves through the air like a delicate melody, echoing off marble walls. Guests adorned in silk and velvet twirl about, their movements graceful, almost choreographed. Yet, amidst the splendor, three figures stand apart, flawless in their beauty, their presence drawing every eye. They are the Graces, goddesses who embody charm, allure, and the very essence of social grace. Clad in flowing gowns that shimmer like the stars, they possess an effortless elegance that captivates all who behold them. Aglaia, with her golden hair and radiant smile, embodies beauty and splendor. Euphrosyne, her laughter like a gentle breeze, exudes joy and merriment. Then, there is Thalia, whose playful spirit invites companionship and celebration. In ancient Greece, their influence was palpable, guiding the hands of artists and the hearts of poets, ensuring that beauty was not just seen but felt. As the evening unfolds, the air thickens with the intoxicating blend of charm and intrigue. Conversations spark like fireworks, igniting connections that linger in the warm glow of affection. The Graces, with every glance and gesture, sculpt the social landscape, their presence transforming mere gatherings into enchanting festivities. They are not mere spectators. They are the very architects of etiquette and elegance, crafting a world where kindness and charm reign supreme. In the rich tapestry of history, the Graces have fluttered like butterflies, leaving trails of influence in their wake. In ancient times, they were celebrated by sculptors and painters, their likeness captured in marble and canvas, immortalized as the ideals of beauty and refinement. Artists such as Botticelli and Rubens paid homage to them, weaving their forms into the fabric of cultural heritage, ensuring that their essence was never forgotten. The Graces also played a vital role in the lives of mortals, guiding women and men alike in the delicate dance of social interactions. They taught the importance of manners, instilling an understanding that every word spoken and every gesture made carried weight. A simple bow or a courteous nod could elevate a mundane encounter into something magical. Yet, behind their enchanting smiles lay a deeper truth. The Graces were not simply embodiments of beauty. They were guardians of the heart. Their influence extended beyond the surface, reaching into the very soul of humanity. They understood that true charm lay in authenticity, in the ability to connect with others on a level that transcended appearances. They reminded everyone that the most profound influence came not from perfection, but from vulnerability and warmth. One evening, as the moon bathed the world in silver light, a young woman named Callista stood trembling at the threshold of a lavish banquet. Dressed in a gown that hugged her figure, she felt as though all eyes would pierce through her insecurities. The Graces, flitting like whispers, noticed her hesitation. With a shared smile, they approached her, their presence instantly soothing the uncertainty coiling in her chest. "Fear not, dear one," Aglaia said, her voice a gentle caress. "Charm is not solely in beauty, but in the light of your spirit. Let your heart speak, and the world will listen." With a nod from Thalia, the young woman felt an unexpected warmth wash over her. Euphrosyne took her hand, guiding her into the gathering. As the music swelled, Callista found herself swept into the rhythm of conversation, laughter bubbling within her as she began to engage with others. The Graces danced around her, illuminating her journey with their radiant energy, reminding her that she was never alone. In the shadows of the hall, a young man named Lysander watched, captivated by the scene unfolding before him. He had always been shy, retreating into the background, allowing others to take the spotlight. But the sight of Callista, her spirit ignited by the Graces, stirred something deep within him. He yearned to embrace that magic, to feel the warmth of connection wrap around him like a beloved cloak. As the night deepened, he stepped forward, feeling the weight of the Graces' gaze upon him. Their silent encouragement infused him with courage. He approached Callista, his heart pounding, words tumbling forth like cascading stars. "May I have this dance?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. She smiled, her eyes sparkling with newfound confidence. They moved together, the music weaving a tapestry of moments shared as the Graces twirled around them, their laughter mingling with the melody. In that fleeting dance, bonds were forged, hearts opened, and the essence of charm filled the air like heady perfume. The night grew late, yet the Graces continued their work, sprinkling their magic across the hall. They whispered encouragement to those too shy to speak, nudged friendships into being, and ignited sparks of romance that would linger long after the final notes of the evening faded. Their influence was palpable, a gentle reminder that social grace was a vital thread in the fabric of human connection. As dawn approached, the guests began to disperse, their hearts light and spirits lifted. Callista and Lysander lingered, their newfound connection shimmering like the first rays of sun breaking over the horizon. The Graces, satisfied with their handiwork, exchanged knowing glances, their mission far from over. They were timeless, forever entwined in the stories of those who sought to leave their mark on the world. And so, with a flourish of elegance, the Graces moved onward, their presence lingering like a sweet fragrance in the air. Where they tread, charm blossomed, and influence flowed, sculpting the way people interacted, connecting hearts and weaving together the delicate threads of social etiquette. They were the unseen forces behind every gathering, every celebration. A reminder that in the dance of life, it is the warmth of connection and the spark of joy that truly illuminate the human spirit. The forest stood still, wrapped in a cloak of twilight, as the sun dipped behind the horizon. A hush fell over the leaves, a reverence for something ancient and mysterious that stirred in the shadows. It was in this moment that one might feel the very air shimmer with the essence of the nymphs, ethereal beings that danced between the realms of nature and spirit. These nature spirits, woven into the fabric of mythology, were not mere figments of imagination but powerful symbols of the bond between humanity and the earth. In ancient Greece, the nymphs were believed to inhabit every corner of the natural world. Wood nymphs, called dryads, found their home in trees, their very lives intertwined with the life force of the oak and the pine. The air was thick with the scent of blooming flowers and damp earth, where the laughter of the naiads echoed from rivers and springs. Each nymph embodied the essence of her environment, a guardian spirit that watched over her domain, nurturing the land and its creatures. The dryads whispered to the trees, their voices like the rustling of leaves, while the naiads beckoned to the weary traveler, offering solace in their cool, flowing waters. As the tales of these nymphs wove through the ages, they became symbols of human emotion, love and loss, joy and despair. The story of Echo, a nymph cursed to repeat the words of others, is a poignant reminder of longing and unattainable desires. Her tragic love for the handsome Narcissus, who could only love his reflection, reveals the profound connection between beauty, nature, and the pain of unfulfilled yearnings. The nymphs reflected humanity's own struggles, acting as a mirror to the very essence of existence. Ancient poets sang the praises of the nymphs, their verses echoing through the annals of history. The Greeks adorned their temples with images of these enchanting spirits, a testament to their importance in the cultural landscape. The annual festivals dedicated to them were vibrant affairs, where music and dance intertwined with rituals designed to honor the natural forces they represented. The earth itself seemed to thrum with energy during these celebrations, as the community came together in gratitude for the gifts of nature. Yet, as time marched onward, the reverence for these spirits began to fade. The rise of industrialization brought with it a disconnection from the natural world, a separation that dulled the senses and stifled the spirit. The nymphs, once vibrant and alive in the hearts of the people, became mere shadows of memory. Their laughter faded into the rustle of the wind, their songs silenced by the relentless hum of machines. Still, whispers of their existence lingered in the hearts of those who sought solace in the beauty of the world around them. In the mid-20th century, during an era of burgeoning environmental awareness, the nymphs began to resurface in cultural consciousness. Artists, poets, and activists invoked their names as they protested against the destruction of nature. The nymphs transformed from forgotten relics of mythology into powerful symbols of environmental stewardship, representing the delicate balance between humanity and the earth. They inspired movements that called for the protection of forests, rivers, and mountains, reminding people of the sacred connection that binds all living things. As the world grappled with ecological crises, the nymphs emerged as beacons of hope. They rallied the hearts of those who believed in the possibility of healing and restoration. In the shimmering twilight, when the stars began to twinkle overhead, people gathered in circles, lighting candles and sharing stories of the spirits that dwell within the trees and streams. They painted murals that depicted the nymphs dancing in harmony with nature, their vibrant colors a stark contrast to the gray of concrete and steel. Each brushstroke was a prayer, an invocation to revive the spirit of the earth. The revival of the nymphs ignited a spark of imagination in the collective consciousness. Children played in parks, pretending to be nymphs themselves, weaving flower crowns and dancing with wild abandon. They chanted songs of the rivers and the wind, their laughter ringing like chimes in the breeze. Elders spoke of the legends that had shaped their ancestors, passing down tales that wove the fabric of history with the threads of magic and reverence. But the struggle to honor these spirits was not without challenges. The specter of climate change loomed large, casting a long shadow over the natural world. The nymphs, guardians of the environment, seemed to weep for the trees that fell and the rivers that ran dry. Yet, amid the despair, a movement grew, a gathering of souls committed to restoring the earth. They planted trees, cleaned rivers, and fought for policies that respected the delicate balance of nature. Each act was a tribute to the nymphs, acknowledging their presence and the lessons they imparted. In the quiet moments of the night, when the world was wrapped in stillness, one could almost hear the nymphs calling out, urging humanity to remember its place within the grand tapestry of life. Their essence lingered in the rustle of leaves, the babble of brooks, and the gentle sway of wildflowers in the breeze. They were the spirit of the land, a reminder that nature was not a commodity to be consumed, but a living, breathing entity deserving of love and respect. With every passing day, as people embraced the wisdom of the nymphs, a profound transformation began to unfold. The connection to the earth deepened, and a sense of stewardship blossomed like a flower in spring. The stories of the nymphs lived on, bridging the gap between the past and the present, urging humanity to honor its ancient roots. In the embrace of nature, they found healing, and in their hearts, they carried the echoes of the nymphs, spirits not lost to time but forever entwined with the very essence of life itself. The sun dipped low on the horizon, splashing the sky with hues of orange and purple. As the ancient Greeks gathered at the edge of a shimmering lake, they whispered tales of Elysium, a realm where heroes roamed and the weary found peace. It was a place of eternal bliss, a sanctuary for the souls who had led virtuous lives, where laughter echoed through fields of fragrant flowers and the air hummed with the music of the gods. As the wind rustled through the trees, their stories intertwined with the scent of the earth, weaving a tapestry of belief that stretched through centuries. Elysium was not just a resting place. It was a promise, one that hovered tantalizingly close to the hearts of those who longed for more than the mundane. It was a vision of hope, a flicker of light amid the darkness of uncertainty, a gentle caress in a world full of harsh realities. In the deep recesses of time, Elysium offered a sanctuary from the fear of oblivion. The ancient Greeks envisioned it as an idyllic paradise, where souls basked in the warmth of the sun, enjoying life's simple pleasures forevermore. Here, all pain and sorrow were left behind, Plato spoke of this realm, suggesting that it was not merely a physical place but a state of being, an ideal existence beyond the confines of earthly struggles. The sheer beauty of Elysium sparked imaginations and inspired countless generations to look beyond the veil of death. But the concept of the afterlife was not confined to ancient Greece. As the sun set on their stories, new cultures and beliefs rose to prominence. In Egypt, the afterlife was an elaborate journey, a labyrinth of challenges that the deceased had to navigate. The promise of the Field of Reeds echoed the spirit of Elysium, where the worthy would find peace, surrounded by lush greenery and flowing waters. The heart was weighed against a feather, symbolizing truth and justice, where righteousness opened the gates to eternal bliss. As centuries turned, the idea of Elysium metamorphosed, finding its way into the very fabric of spirituality. The early Christians envisioned an afterlife that mirrored its virtues, a paradise where the faithful would be rewarded. The imagery began to shift, but the core remained, the yearning for a serene, beautiful existence beyond this world. As churches rose and faith spread, the notion of heaven became intertwined with the echoes of Elysium, where joy awaited those who believed. In the modern era, spirituality blossomed in myriad forms. The essence of Elysium found itself reborn through the lenses of various traditions. New Age philosophies embraced this age-old concept, infusing it with ideas of energy, consciousness, and interconnectedness. The pursuit of enlightenment became intertwined with the vision of an afterlife filled with love, where souls could reunite and celebrate existence in a higher vibrational realm. Individuals across the globe began to share their personal experiences, near-death encounters, spiritual awakenings, and profound moments of connection. Each story added a brushstroke to the canvas of belief, igniting hope and curiosity in the hearts of many. It was as if a collective heartbeat echoed, resonating with the ancient whispers of Elysium, drawing them closer to the truth that lingered just beyond reach. Meditation filled the air with a sacred stillness. People began to embrace practices that offered glimpses of the divine. They searched for that familiar warmth, that echo of paradise, believing it could be found within. Through breath and intention, they opened their hearts and minds, reaching out to the universe for guidance. In those quiet moments, the boundaries between the physical and the spiritual blurred, and the essence of Elysium pulsed with life. Yet, the search for understanding was not without turmoil. Questions surged like tides against the shore. What lay beyond the veil? Was there truly a place where love reigned eternal? The uncertainty weighed heavily, a shadow looming over the light of faith. Some found solace in the stories of others, while others turned to ancient texts, piecing together fragments of wisdom handed down through the ages. Each revelation sparked a fire within, igniting the belief that Elysium existed not only as a distant dream but as a state of being to be cultivated in the here and now. It encouraged compassion, kindness, and the pursuit of a purpose greater than oneself. Every act of love became a stepping stone toward that paradise, blurring the lines between life and afterlife, reminding all that Elysium was not merely a destination, but a journey of the heart. And so, as the sun sank below the horizon, casting long shadows over the lake, the ancient stories of Elysium echoed through modern spirituality. A kaleidoscope of beliefs emerged, each reflecting the hope for something more. A promise that no matter how challenging life became, there was a realm where peace awaited. The dreams of ancient Greeks and the whispers of modern seekers intertwined, fueling a longing that reached across time and space. In this delicate dance of faith and uncertainty, tears were shed, laughter shared, and hearts opened wide. The quest for Elysium became a thread woven into the fabric of existence itself, tying together every soul who dared to dream of a love that transcended the physical realm. As the night deepened, a sense of connection enveloped the gathering, reminding them that they were not alone, that the stories of the past echoed in their hearts, and that Elysium was a living tapestry of their shared journey. And as they stood together, gazing into the vast, starlit sky, the air resonated with unspoken questions and profound hopes. In that moment, they were bound by a sense of belonging that stretched beyond the confines of time, an unbreakable thread connecting them to the infinite. They wondered, not with fear, but with a sense of wonder, what awaited in the beyond, as the echoes of Elysium whispered through their souls, calling them to believe once more. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the parched landscape. Flashes of black against the horizon caught the eye. A congregation of vultures, perched like sentinels on the skeletal branches of dead trees. They circled above with an effortless grace, their wings spread wide, catching the warm currents of air. In this moment, these creatures appeared not as harbingers of death, but as symbols of rebirth and renewal, an intricate part of the cycle of life that pulses through the earth. Historically, vultures have walked the fine line between repulsion and reverence. In ancient Egypt, they were revered as symbols of protection and motherhood, often associated with the goddess Nekhbet. She was depicted as a vulture, soaring high above her people, watching over them with vigilant eyes. The Egyptians understood the crucial role vultures played in the ecosystem, tidying up the landscape, making it safe for the living. They were nature's recyclers, a title that resonates even in the modern world. The very essence of vultures is wrapped in paradox. Feared for their scavenging yet essential for maintaining the balance of life. Their presence signals that life, in its cyclical journey, must inevitably bow to death. When an animal succumbs to illness or age, vultures arrive as both scavengers and custodians. They consume what remains, breaking down the remnants of flesh and bone, returning nutrients to the soil. This act of recycling is a reminder that nothing is ever truly lost. It simply transforms and reemerges in a new form. Modern society has often forgotten the wisdom of nature's designs. In the fast-paced world of shopping malls and digital screens, the idea of recycling extends beyond materials. It's a call to reconnect with the ancient truths that vultures embody. In cities, as waste accumulates, people often curse the mess, oblivious to the fact that vultures could offer a solution. They instinctively know what to do with the remnants of life, turning decay into growth. It's as if they whisper secrets of sustainability that many have chosen to ignore. Yet, the vultures are not merely symbols of death. They are the architects of renewal. In some cultures, their presence is seen as a promise, a sign that nature's cycle continues. Indigenous peoples across the Americas have long understood the significance of these birds. They tell stories of vultures guiding lost souls, reminding the living that death is not an endpoint but a passage to something new. The earth, with its relentless rhythm, transforms the fallen into fertile ground, nurturing new life. As night crept in, the silhouettes of the vultures faded against the twilight sky, leaving behind a haunting sense of anticipation. Their return at dawn is awaited, a daily ritual that embodies resilience and purpose. The way they circle overhead is a dance of survival, echoing the struggles of all living beings. Every flap of their wings is a testament to the survival instinct that courses through nature. Vultures have been the subject of myths and stories for centuries. The ancient Greeks told tales of vultures that soared above battlefields, waiting for the inevitable. They became symbols of fate, representing the inescapable truth that every life must come to an end. Yet, they also served as reminders that death is part of a greater cycle, one that fosters growth and regeneration. In the shadows of history, vultures have been portrayed as ominous, yet they carry a profound message of interconnectedness that has threaded its way through time. Consider the moment when a vulture descends upon a carcass. Its sharp beak expertly tearing through flesh, it is not merely taking. It is participating in a process far greater than itself. Each morsel consumed is transformed into energy, contributing back to the ecosystem. This act is a mirror to human consumption and waste. While society rushes to dispose of its leftovers, vultures teach the art of transformation. In their scavenging, they offer a lesson in sustainability that is all too relevant in a world grappling with overconsumption and pollution. As the stars twinkled in the vast night sky, the vultures seemed to take on an ethereal quality, almost otherworldly. They embodied both the grave and the glorious, haunting the edges of human consciousness. Their presence challenges people to confront uncomfortable truths, the inevitability of decay, the necessity of recycling, and the beauty that can stem from both. In the quiet hours before dawn, amidst the eerie silence, the vultures circle once more, their shadows flickering against the landscape. Their wings beat with a sense of urgency, a reminder that time moves inexorably forward. They are the keepers of time, marking the moments that slip away, urging humanity to be mindful of its own footprint on the earth. Every piece of refuse, every discarded object carries a history, a story waiting to be told. As the sun breaks over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, the vultures take flight, soaring higher and higher. They are not just scavengers. They are the embodiment of an ancient wisdom that modern society has largely overlooked. With their wings spread wide, they symbolize hope and renewal, urging humanity to embrace the cycle of life and death rather than shying away from it. The ground is littered with remnants of the past, yet every day brings the possibility of new beginnings. In those moments when the vultures appear, they whisper secrets of resilience and rebirth, inviting all who see them to reflect on their own lives. Their presence is a powerful reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, urging a deeper understanding of the world and one's place within it. Yet, as they circle above, their shadows cast a momentary chill, just as the concept of transformation often evokes fear. The path to renewal is never easy. It demands shedding the old to make way for the new. The vultures are the harbingers of that uncomfortable truth, and in their flight, they beckon humanity to confront its own role in the cycle of existence. And as the dawn breaks, the story of the vultures flows seamlessly into the next chapter, echoing with the promise of rebirth and the relentless rhythm of life that persists, undeterred. In the dim light of an ancient temple, shadows flickered on the cold stone walls, dancing to the rhythmic pulse of a heartbeat that echoed through time. There, draped in a robe of midnight, stood Nemesis, the goddess of retribution, her eyes gleaming like twin stars ready to mete out justice. She was the embodiment of balance, a fierce protector of the innocent and a relentless pursuer of the wicked. Centuries ago, people whispered her name in reverence and fear, knowing that no wrongdoing would escape her watchful gaze. Fast forward to a world filled with the complexities of modern society, where justice often feels elusive and the scales of fairness seem tipped. The echoes of past injustices linger in the air like an unshakable ghost. Imagine a courtroom, the smell of polished wood and stale paper filling the room, where victims wait, their hearts racing, eyes darting between the judge and the defendant. With every tick of the clock, hope and despair intertwine like twisted vines, reminding them of Nemesis, who once walked among mortals, fiercely upholding the virtue of justice. In ancient Greece, the people would leave offerings at her shrine, seeking her favor in times of turmoil. They knew her as a deity who balanced the scales, punishing the arrogant and rewarding the humble. She was relentless, embodying the spirit of vengeance when the law failed to protect the innocent. But what happens when that divine influence fades into the backdrop of a modern world, where laws are crafted by human hands, sometimes swayed by wealth and power rather than righteousness? Consider the story of a young woman named Alara, her life shattered by a crime that shook her community. The night had been like any other until a brutal act of violence turned her world upside down. With her heart heavy and her spirit crushed, she stepped into the courtroom, a space that felt both sacred and terrifying. The gavel struck, echoing like a thunderclap, and a chill swept through her. Would justice prevail? Would she find solace in the hands of the law? Or was the goddess of retribution now just a forgotten myth? As the trial unfolded, the tension was palpable. The defendant, a man cloaked in arrogance, smirked as if the weight of his actions held no consequence. Every glance he shot toward Alara felt like a dagger, piercing her resolve. The judge, a weary figure draped in black robes, struggled to maintain order, his gavel a futile attempt to tame the chaos. In that moment, the spirit of Nemesis seemed to flicker in and out of existence, her presence felt but rarely acknowledged. Would she rise again to restore balance? Or was the courtroom merely a stage for a tragic play where justice remained an actor forever uncast? Outside the courtroom, a protest swelled, voices rising in a chorus of outrage. People held signs demanding justice, invoking the name of Nemesis as if calling her spirit back into the fray. their hopes intertwined, weaving a tapestry of unity among strangers who shared the common thread of pain. The goddess was not merely a symbol. She was a call to action, a plea for righteousness in a world where morality often seemed overshadowed by greed. Alara listened to the chants, her heart racing with conflicting emotions. The fight for justice was not just hers. It belonged to all those who had ever been wronged. In those winding streets, where passion met pain, the essence of Nemesis ignited a fire within her. It was a reminder that, though the scales had been tipped, they could be balanced again. The spirit of the goddess surged through the crowd, transcending time and place, urging everyone to reclaim their power and demand what was rightfully theirs. Yet, as the trial progressed, doubts began to creep in. The defense lawyer, smooth-tongued and cunning, painted a picture of innocence, twisting facts with the ease of a master weaver. The air thickened with tension, each moment stretching into an eternity. Alara clung to her hope, but with every word spoken, the scales teetered dangerously. Could Nemesis intervene in a world where justice was so often obscured by manipulation and deceit? In the eyes of the people, she saw flickers of belief, their collective energy rising like a tide against an unyielding shore. They chanted her name, and with each utterance, the walls of the courtroom felt a little less oppressive. If Nemesis could hear their cries, perhaps she would step from the shadows and into the light, ready to reclaim her throne in the hearts of the people, ready to deliver them from despair. As the trial reached its climax, Alara found herself at a crossroads. Would she succumb to despair, or would she rise, fueled by the collective spirit of a society that demanded justice? The goddess of retribution was more than a myth. She was a beacon of hope. With every heartbeat, Alara sensed the power of what could be, igniting a fire that would fuel her fight. The energy in the courtroom shifted, an unspoken understanding passing between the witnesses, the judge, and even the defendant. Nemesis was not gone. She was lurking, waiting for the moment when the scales would finally tip back into balance. In that charged atmosphere, the spirit of justice, once dormant, began to awaken. The goddess of retribution was on the cusp of returning, ready to scrutinize the threads of truth woven into the very fabric of the case. But just as the gavel was poised to fall once more, a sudden crack echoed through the courtroom, a sound that reverberated through the very souls of all present, as if the goddess herself had struck the earth, reminding them that the battle for justice was far from over, and the story was only just beginning. In the cool shadows of twilight, when the mundane world begins to fade and the veil between the seen and unseen grows thin, whispers of ancient power dance on the edges of perception. It is during these moments that the name Hecate reveals itself, like a soft yet insistent breeze brushing against the skin. A figure cloaked in mystery, she stands at the crossroads of reality and magic, a guardian of secrets long buried in the annals of time. Hecate, with her three solemn faces, embodies the past, present, and future. Each visage tells a story, one of strength and wisdom, echoing through the ages. Ancient Greeks revered her as a goddess of magic, witchcraft, and the moon. She was often depicted holding a torch that illuminated the darkness, symbolizing not only knowledge but also the power to navigate through the shadows of uncertainty. Legends describe her roaming the night with spectral hounds, seeking out lost souls and guiding them through the labyrinth of the afterlife. Her presence permeates the very fabric of ancient rituals. In those times, she was invoked in the dead of night, surrounded by flickering candles and the sweet scent of herbs, the air thick with anticipation and the thrill of unknown possibilities. The people who called upon her felt a connection that transcended the physical world, as if the thin barrier separating them from the divine was momentarily lifted. It is here, at this intersection, where she weaves her essence into the lives of those who dare to summon her. As centuries turned, Hecate's influence spread beyond the boundaries of Greece. The Romans adopted her, intertwining her lore with their pantheon, yet she retained her mystique. In her presence, the spirits of the dead mingled with the living, and the veil of reality became a canvas for the brushstrokes of magic. She became the protector of the witch, guiding those who sought to harness the unseen forces of the universe. It is said her followers would partake in clandestine gatherings under the watchful gaze of the moon, their incantations rising like smoke into the night sky, each syllable a tribute to the goddess who had walked among them. With the rise of Christianity, Hecate found herself cast into shadows, her worship driven underground. She became a figure of fear, a scapegoat for the unknown, as the witch hunts swept through Europe like a tempest. Yet, even in darkness, her essence pulsed beneath the surface, refusing to be extinguished. The witches of yore, cloaked in her power, became symbols of resilience against oppression. They whispered her name in secret, clad in the wisdom of centuries past, forging connections that transcended time. Fast forward to the present, and Hecate is experiencing a rebirth. She has been rediscovered by modern witches, who feel her energy coursing through their rituals and practices. Her name resonates in sacred covens, as candles are lit and prayers are whispered. Hecate, the goddess of magic, has become a beacon of empowerment for those who seek to reclaim their agency in a world often filled with uncertainty and doubt. In the stillness of a moonlit night, a solitary witch stands before a makeshift altar, adorned with offerings, a black candle, dried herbs, and a small statue of Hecate. The air crackles with anticipation, electricity pulsing through her veins as she calls upon the goddess. The flickering flame casts dancing shadows, creating an otherworldly ambience that feels alive. She knows she is not alone. The weight of history hangs in the air, connecting her with countless women who have stood in this very moment, invoking the strength and guidance of the goddess. Hecate's influence is palpable in the practices of modern witchcraft. Her symbols, keys, torches, and the serpent, adorn pentacles and spell books, embodying the mysteries and wisdom she guards. The triple goddess archetype resonates with those who seek balance within themselves, a reminder of the cycles of life and death. Rituals honoring her embrace the moon's phases, acknowledging that like the moon, so too is magic always waxing and waning, revealing and concealing. Invisible threads connect past to present, weaving a tapestry rich with emotion and reverence. Hecate stands as a symbol of empowerment, a fierce protector against the chaos of the modern world. Her essence seeps into the hearts of those who dare to practice, igniting a passion for the mystical arts that cannot be extinguished. With each incantation, the witch feels the rush of history. She becomes a vessel, channeling the energy of generations before her, all linked by their unwavering faith in this enigmatic goddess. The air thickens with anticipation as the witch prepares for a spell, her heart racing with the weight of significance. Each word spoken is a sacred offering, a thread woven into the fabric of the universe. She calls upon Hecate, feeling her presence wrap around her like a warm embrace, a reminder that she stands at the crossroads of her own life, where decisions must be made and paths chosen. In the dim light, shadows stretch and twist, as if responding to the energy of her invocation. An inexplicable chill dances down her spine, a reminder that magic is alive, always ready to respond to those who seek it with open hearts and minds. The boundaries of reality blur, and in that moment, she becomes attuned to the whispers of the ancient goddess, feeling the power of Hecate surge through her very being. As the spell unfolds, reality itself seems to shimmer and shake, creating an atmosphere thick with potential. The witch's breath quickens, her senses heightened, as if the universe is holding its breath, waiting. Hecate's spirit lingers in the air, a silent witness to the unfolding drama of human experience, urging her followers to embrace their power, to acknowledge their desire to create change. In that magical space, the connection between Hecate and her modern practitioners is undeniable. Her legacy continues to inspire, empowering those who seek to reclaim their identity within a world that can feel so overwhelming. Hecate stands as a timeless figure, guiding the way with her torch of illumination and wisdom, reminding all who call upon her that they are never alone in their pursuit of truth and magic. In a sun-dappled glade, where the laughter of nymphs dances on the air like the gentle rustle of leaves, the satyrs emerge, half man, half goat, wild and free. Their eyes sparkle with mischief, reflecting the joys of life unbound by rules. They play their flutes, weaving melodies that call to the essence of human desire. The desire for pleasure, for freedom, for the intoxicating thrill of living fully. This is where they thrive, amidst the echoes of ancient revelry, a testament to life's carnal joys and the spirit of hedonism. The figure of the satyr has long been a symbol, not just of unrestrained revelry, but also of a deeper yearning for liberation from societal constraints. In the world of ancient Greece, they roamed the forests and hills, followers of Dionysus, the god of wine and ecstasy. Their presence was a promise of freedom, a celebration of all that is untamed and wild. They embodied the spirit of the Bacchanalia, those frenzied festivals where inhibitions fell away like autumn leaves, exposing the raw, vibrant pulse of existence. As time flowed on, the satyrs galloped through history, morphing and twisting like the shadows they cast. In Renaissance art, they became symbols of human joy and excess, naked and unashamed, cavorting among the vines and wine. Artists like Peter Paul Rubens painted them with such fervor that the viewer could almost hear their raucous laughter echoing off the canvas. Their forms, voluptuous and full of life, remind us that to indulge in the pleasures of the senses is to celebrate our humanity. But the satyrs hold a darker allure too. Their revelries are not without consequence. In the tales of old, they also embodied the chaos that ensues when we abandon restraint. The ancient myths whisper warnings, threading tales of lost souls drawn into the wilds, where they became entrapped in the very ecstasy they sought. There's a haunting beauty in that dichotomy, the pursuit of freedom interwoven with the potential for destruction. Fast forward to modern culture, where the essence of the satyr continues to pulse through our veins. They have wandered into literature, film, and music, becoming icons that resonate deeply with the human experience. In the works of writers like Shakespeare and modern fantasy authors, satyrs appear as characters who embody both the charm and chaos of life. They are the mischievous spirits who challenge conformity, inviting us to dance on the edge of our comfort zones, to embrace the wildness that lurks within. The satyr's spirit breathes in the music of rock and roll, where rebellion reigns and freedom reigns supreme. Think of the wild performances that send crowds into a frenzy, where the air crackles with the energy of liberation. These artists, much like their satyr predecessors, reject the mundane, instead celebrating life's fleeting moments with raw, unbridled passion. Their melodies awaken an ancient instinct, urging us to shed our worries and revel. But the journey doesn't stop there. The satyr's essence has infiltrated the world of fashion, where designers draw inspiration from their wild abandon, flowing fabrics, earthy tones, and whimsical patterns that speak to the free spirit within us all. Here, the lines between nature and humanity blur, echoing the satyr's own connection to the earth. Each garment tells a story, a call to embrace the beauty of both the wild and the refined. In the theater of life, the satyrs are not merely historical figures. They are living symbols of the struggle for personal freedom. They remind us of the importance of joy, the urgency of experience, and the beauty of living without fear of judgment. Their laughter beckons us to partake in the banquet of life, to taste every flavor and feel every emotion. Yet, amidst this celebration lies a thread of unease. The question lingers: at what cost does this freedom come? In a world increasingly bent on conformity and restraint, the satyrs stand as a reminder of what is often suppressed, the primal urge to indulge, to feel, to live without hesitation. Their spirit challenges us to confront the boundaries we build around ourselves, to question the societal norms that seek to define us. As the moon rises high over the glade, casting silver beams across the revelers, the satyrs continue their dance, a timeless celebration of life's essence. The air is thick with the scent of grapes and wildflowers, a sensory explosion that evokes a deep yearning within. Would we join them? Would we shed our inhibitions and leap into the wild unknown, reveling in the chaotic beauty of existence? In that moment, when the night is alive with music and laughter, the lines between the ancient and modern blur. The satyr's laughter echoes through time, a siren call to the heart's hidden desires. The ritual of hedonism, joyful, reckless, and intoxicating, remains as relevant today as it was centuries ago. Their legacy is a tapestry woven with threads of freedom, passion, and the bittersweet acknowledgement of life's fleeting nature. And just as the satyrs merge with the shadows of the night, their stories intertwine with ours, leading us to the next chapter of existence. A dance that never truly ends, where the echoes of laughter linger in the air, urging us to join the eternal celebration of life. Beneath a sky bruised with the colors of dusk, the earth trembled with stories of ancient giants whose strength knew no bounds. In the whispers of the wind, one could almost hear the thundering footsteps of titans, beings who once held the fabric of the universe in their colossal hands. The very mention of their names sent shivers down spines, evoking dreams of power that lingered like an electric charge in the air. Cronus, the ruthless patriarch, wielding a scythe sharper than the sharpest betrayal. He devoured his own children, fearing that they would usurp his throne. In this dark act, a chilling truth unfolded: power often devours its own. Rhea, the mother, cunning and fierce, hid Zeus, the youngest and most promising of her brood. She wrapped a stone in swaddling clothes, a simple trick that encapsulated the weight of destiny. What raged within Olympus was not just family drama. It was a battle of wills, a clash of ambition and survival. Even today, the echoes of these struggles resonate in boardrooms and political arenas, where leaders juggle their ambitions with the heavy chains of loyalty and betrayal. Then came Zeus, lightning crackling in his veins, a figure both revered and feared. He rose from the depths of obscurity, fueled by a vengeful fire that burned against the cold, callous rule of his father. It wasn't just about overthrowing Cronus. It was about crafting a new order. The heavens opened to his will, and storms obeyed his command. But with great power came a burden. Would he become what he sought to destroy? The Titan stories served as mirrors for modern leaders, who wrestle with the weight of their choices, navigating the thin line between heroism and tyranny. Hera, the goddess of marriage and family, stood beside him, her fierce loyalty laced with jealousy. The struggles of love and betrayal played out in the grand halls of Olympus, reflecting the very essence of human relationships. Her wrath was swift and unforgiving, like the snap of thunder in a storm. The passion for power could ignite flames of destruction, leading to tumultuous affairs and bitter rivalries. The emotions of these deities, their triumphs and failures, wove a complex tapestry that continued to resonate today, as couples and leaders grapple with the duality of love and ambition. Prometheus, the one who dared to steal fire from the gods, illuminated the dark corners of ignorance, embodying rebellion against the oppressive structures of power. He became a beacon of hope for humanity, yet he paid a heartbreaking price, an eternity of suffering, chained to a rock as vultures feasted upon his liver. His tale, in its tragic beauty, serves as a reminder of the costs of enlightenment, the risks taken for the greater good. His spirit lives on in activists, scientists, and dreamers who challenge the status quo, often facing their own chains of criticism and persecution for daring to illuminate the shadows. Athena, born from the head of Zeus, emerged fully formed, embodying wisdom and strategy. She carved a path not through brute force, but through intellect and cunning. In a world driven by raw power, her presence reminded humanity that true strength lies in knowledge, a lesson that resonates in every classroom and boardroom. Leaders today often find themselves at a crossroads, to wield their influence with intelligence or to succumb to the allure of unchecked power. Athena's legacy inspires those who dare to think differently, to strategize, and to lead with integrity. Yet, the Titans were not merely symbols of strength. They were also representations of flaws, weaknesses, and the relentless pursuit of power. The tragic tale of Atlas, condemned to hold up the sky, illustrates the burdens that come with greatness. He was a Titan tasked with an unending, backbreaking labor, a poignant reminder of the sacrifices made by those in power. In modern society, the weight of leadership is felt in the shadows behind closed doors, where leaders grapple with isolation, endless responsibilities, and the crushing weight of expectation. As the stories of the Titans unfolded, their archetypes seeped into the very fabric of modern culture. Film and literature echoed their lives, crafting narratives where flawed heroes grapple with their ambitions, just as the Titans did. Characters like Walter White from Breaking Bad, or even Tony Stark from Iron Man draw from this ancient well of archetypes, portraying the complexity of ambition intertwined with the human experience. In their quests for power, they reveal the darker sides of human nature, the devastating choices made in the pursuit of greatness, making audiences grapple with the question, at what cost? Even in the realm of politics, the Titans' shadows loom large. Leaders rise and fall, echoing the fates of Cronus and Zeus, their legacies etched in the annals of history. Political upheavals, betrayals, and the eternal struggle for power create a cycle that feels timeless, a theater where ambition clashes with ethics, much like the great battles fought by the Titans. The balance of power shifts like the tides, a dance as old as time itself. As the dusk deepened, the air thick with emotion and tension, the stories of these ancient giants pulsed with relevance. Each Titan, a reflection of the human spirit, beckoned readers to confront their own struggles with power, ambition, and the cost of greatness. The echoes of their tales reverberated through time, leaving trails of hope, despair, courage, and vulnerability. In the distance, a storm brewed, hinting at the chaos yet to come. The Titans' legacy was not one of simple strength but of emotional depth, a reminder that power is not merely a tool but a test of the human soul. And as the last rays of sunlight surrendered to the night, one could almost hear the mighty roar of the Titans, their stories intertwined with the very essence of humanity, forever echoing through the ages. In the flickering shadows of the past, where ancient stones whisper tales of glory, the Roman pantheon stands as an eternal testament, its dome a celestial embrace that draws the eye skyward. Here, history is alive, breathing through every crack and crevice, each one echoing the footsteps of countless souls who sought not only shelter from the rain but sanctuary for their spirits. The once mighty gods of Rome, who commanded the heavens and ruled the earth, lingered within these walls, their stories interwoven with human hopes and fears. As the sun sets, casting a warm golden hue over the city, the pantheon transforms. It's not merely a monument but a sacred space where ancient rituals blend seamlessly into modern life. Patrons enter, their eyes wide with wonder, drawn not just by the grandeur of the structure, but by the silent call of the gods who once roamed this earth, their influence imprinted in the very fabric of today's faiths. People of all backgrounds gather, reverently sharing whispers of gratitude, hopes, and prayers, echoes of the past merging with the present in a delicate dance of belief. There's a palpable energy within. A young artist stands near the entrance, sketchbook in hand, eyes alight with inspiration. Each stroke of her pencil brings the ancient gods back to life, and in her heart, she feels their presence. She remembers the stories her grandmother told of Jupiter, the king of the gods, fiercely wielding thunderbolts, of Venus, whose beauty could sway the hearts of mortals and gods alike. These tales, once mere fables, now seep into her work, bridging the gap between history and the contemporary world. Nearby, a group of tourists click their cameras, capturing the majesty of the dome. But it's more than just a photo opportunity for one young couple who stand, hand in hand, awash in emotion. They whisper their dreams into the air as if the pantheon might carry their desires to the gods. They are not alone. Thousands have stood in this very spot, hearts racing as they sought something beyond what the eye can see, a connection to a greater force. Ancient rituals of sacrifice and worship may have faded from public practice, but the yearning for divine connection remains as strong as ever. As dusk descends into night, a small gathering forms, voices mingling in a soft hum of incantation, reminiscent of the ancient ceremonies that were once a hallmark of Roman life. A woman, draped in flowing robes, leads the group, invoking blessings in the names of the old gods, her voice rising like incense into the night. Though the crowd is diverse, believers from various faiths, tonight they share a singular purpose: to honor the legacy of spirituality that the Roman pantheon represents. Unlike the rigid structures of modern dogma, this space invites a fluidity of thought, a blending of faiths. The pantheon serves as a reminder that religion is not static. It evolves, absorbs, and transforms, just as the great city itself has transformed over centuries. The ancient Roman gods did not vanish completely. Instead, they found refuge in the hearts of people, their stories reshaping into new forms. Meanwhile, somewhere in the world, a scholar poring over ancient texts feels the pull of the pantheon. They sift through dusty scrolls and crumbling manuscripts, stringing together myths and historical facts with the threads of modern religion. Many scholars recognize the pantheon not merely as a relic of the past, but as a living part of contemporary spirituality. They find parallels in the way that the ancient Romans worshipped their gods and how people today seek divine connection through rituals, symbols, and shared community. In this modern interpretation, the Roman gods have not been forgotten. They have been woven into the tapestry of new faiths. The desire for connection, for something greater than oneself, transcends time. Diverse paths converge in this sacred space, where past and present intertwine like the delicate vines of ivy clinging to the ancient stones. Here, in the embrace of history, one can feel the weight of shared human experience, the collective yearning for understanding and meaning. Every face in the crowd reflects this truth, eyes shining with the light of hope, hearts beating in rhythm with the ancient pulse of the pantheon. The air is thick with emotion as the group joins hands, creating a human chain of unity. They stand in reverence, not just to the gods of old, but to the essence of faith itself. The pantheon, a symbol of integration and adaptation, acts as a bridge between ancient beliefs and modern spirituality, reminding all who gather that the divine is not confined to a single narrative, but is a mosaic of voices, each deserving to be heard. As the night deepens, the flickering flames of candles cast dancing shadows on the marble interior, creating an atmosphere that resonates with both nostalgia and hope. Here, under the vast expanse of the oculus, hearts open and the spirit of the past intertwines with the pulse of the present. In this sacred space, the old gods whisper once more. Their presence is felt in every prayer, in the hope of every soul seeking connection, meaning, and a sense of belonging. The pantheon stands tall, a beacon of faith molded by history and infused with contemporary reverence. And as the crowd disperses, each person carries with them a piece of that magic, a spark ignited by the ancient and the new. The echoes of their shared experience linger in the air, a beautiful reminder that the journey of faith is ever evolving, transcending time and space, always searching for the divine amidst the everyday. Just beyond the threshold, in the shadows of history, the next chapter waits, where the future of spirituality beckons anew, shaped by ancient echoes and modern hearts. The streets of Rome once echoed with the footsteps of legions, their voices blending with the whispers of gods who reigned from the heights of the pantheon. In every stone, every statue, lay stories carved in time, stories of love, war, ambition, and betrayal. Today, those very tales still find their way into the hearts of people, woven into the fabric of everyday life. The Roman gods, immortal in artworks and literature, pulse with an energy that captures the imagination, bridging the gap between ancient and modern existence. Jupiter, king of the gods, commands respect not only in ancient texts but also in boardrooms where leaders make decisions that can turn the tide of fortunes. His thunderous might resonates in the confidence of executives who strive to rule their domains with wisdom and authority. His legacy of justice and power lingers in the ambitions of those who seek to carve their own path in a world that often feels chaotic and unpredictable. When a person stands at the helm of a company, the weight of responsibility mirrors that of Jupiter, a reminder that with great power comes the necessity for great wisdom. Then there's Mars, the god of war, whose fierce spirit dances in the hearts of athletes pushing their physical limits. On fields and courts, players channel the warrior's tenacity, each victory echoing the glory of ancient battles. The adrenaline surges, much like the clashing of swords, as crowds roar in celebration. Athletes, much like the gladiators of old, become modern-day heroes, their struggles and triumphs igniting a fire that pushes others to chase their own dreams. The thrill of competition, the taste of victory, and the agony of defeat, these emotions are timeless, linked back to the very essence of Mars. Venus, the goddess of love and beauty, continues to inspire the hearts of lovers and artists alike. Her influence seeps into the poetry recited under starlit skies and the romantic gestures exchanged in candlelit restaurants. The very ideals of beauty, passion, and desire that she embodied find expression in today's art, fashion, and relationships. People yearn for connection, for that spark that ignites their souls. And in this pursuit, Venus whispers, reminding them that love transcends time. As couples navigate the complexities of modern relationships, her presence lingers, guiding them through the labyrinth of emotions. And what of Mercury, the swift messenger? He is alive in the world of technology and communication. The devices that connect us, smartphones, tablets, and computers, serve as modern-day wings that carry messages across the globe in an instant. His cleverness and adaptability remind people that the key to success lies in agility and innovation. In the hustle of daily life, when speed often trumps depth, Mercury's legacy encourages a dance between wit and wisdom, urging individuals to communicate with clarity and purpose. Even in moments of despair, when the darkness threatens to engulf the spirit, there's a flicker of hope in the figure of Minerva. The goddess of wisdom stands as a beacon for those seeking knowledge and enlightenment. In classrooms and libraries, her teachings resonate as students and seekers embrace the pursuit of understanding. The quest for knowledge is a tribute to her legacy, as minds expand and creativity flourishes, illuminating corners of the world that once lay shrouded in ignorance. In this relentless chase for truth, Minerva's spirit fuels the fire of inquiry, inspiring a generation to ask difficult questions and seek profound answers. The Roman gods breathe life into the stories of humanity, timeless tales that echo through the ages. In literature and cinema, their myths shape narratives that resonate deeply within the human experience. Characters embody the traits of these deities, facing trials that reveal their true nature. Heroes rise, inspired by the fierce determination of Hercules, while villains reflect the cunning of Loki. These archetypes, forged in the fires of antiquity, remain relevant, teaching lessons of courage, morality, and the complexity of human emotions. The struggles faced by characters on the page mirror the battles fought in real life, creating an emotional tapestry that binds generations. In art, the influence of the Roman gods flourishes through brush and chisel. Imagine galleries filled with paintings and sculptures that capture their essence, from the delicate curves of Venus to the imposing figure of Mars. Artists draw inspiration from their tales, infusing modern works with ancient themes of love, power, and heroism. The canvas becomes a sacred ground where the past and present collide, inviting viewers to feel the weight of history while celebrating the beauty of life. Each piece serves as a reminder that the stories of the gods are not mere relics of the past, but living narratives that pulse with relevance. Festivals and rituals, though dressed in contemporary garb, still honor the traditions rooted in Roman practices. Celebrations of love, harvest, and victory often carry echoes of ancient rites, uniting communities in shared experiences. People gather to celebrate, to reflect, and to connect, practices that once drew from the divine. The spirit of the gods infuses these moments with a sense of wonder and gratitude, reminding individuals to appreciate the little things that make life extraordinary. The laughter, the joy, and even the tears become offerings to those celestial beings who shaped humanity's journey. Even in the quiet moments of reflection, the legacy of the Roman gods whispers softly. When one gazes at the night sky, a constellation named after Orion may evoke thoughts of strength and bravery. On a serene Sunday morning, the warmth of the sun could inspire gratitude, reminiscent of Apollo's radiant light. These deities, though seemingly distant, weave through the very fabric of existence, offering guidance and inspiration to those willing to listen. As the sun sets, casting long shadows over the streets once trodden by emperors and philosophers, the presence of the Roman gods resonates. Each corner of modern life holds a piece of their legacy, a thread that binds the past to the present. The excitement of competition, the beauty of love, the quest for knowledge. These are not merely echoes of history but vibrant pulses of life that continue to shape humanity. With each heartbeat, The gods watch and guide, their stories intricately woven into the tapestry of existence. And as the night deepens, the promise of new tales waits just beyond the horizon, ready to unfold in the chapters yet to be written.